Tomlinson, great.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Corn Exchange in Derby, where I'm joined by a man that knows all about everything to do with a table at 7x4. It's former world champion Gaz Hibbert. Nice to have you, Gaz.
Afternoon, Dave. Nice to be here, mate. Thanks.
Firstly, Gaz, these two, I don't know if you're aware, they played already, I think it was about 3 years ago, back up at Mikey's place. It was a very one-sided contest in the end, with I think Craig coming out a 25-14 victor. I don't know if you're familiar with the game.
I think at the time I did sort of catch a little bit of it, but I've sort of semi-forgotten about it. So yeah, I think Mikey's got more into his pool since then. Back in the day, he came from snooker, so hopefully we'll get a bit of a closer battle today than that one then.
Well, both of these players have got one thing in common, apart from an extensive cash game career. They've both won an IPA amateur title and are now both professionals on different sides of the game.
Yep.
So certainly gone moving forward with their careers, shall we say.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Back in those days, Craig was playing a lot of money matches, I think, so he was obviously had the experience at the time, and now Mikey's getting himself involved in pool a lot more, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, just had a look through Craig's cash game history. I mean, he started playing for money at sort of like in his mid-teens locally, and he's had some enormous results. I think the highlight of which was probably the Sean Chipperfield game where he managed to get a decider. He's also played Steve Smart, Mark Fleming, Andy Hughes, obviously Mikey Tomlinson, Dan Davey, Nosco and Tom Barley.
Some big names there, yeah.
You know,
he's not scared of getting himself out there and taking on some big names. So he has got a good record, which I suppose where his nickname comes from, money making.
It's kind of hard to believe he's only 32.
It is. He's been around forever, hasn't he?
Yeah. Probably feels like he's been playing money for over half of his life.
Yeah, it's. I think him and Jack are similar ages, and obviously both from Derby, and they came through at a similar time on different sides of the fence and stuff. And
it really helps coming from playing out of here and having there's Connor Jones as well plays out of here.
Yeah,
plays at a very, very high level indeed. So having good practice partners around you can do you no harm when you.
That's it. There's lots of good players in this area. It's quite nice to see a green cloth as well for a game like this. There's so many different cloths out there now, and not many clubs have the green and for the big standard matches, so it makes a nice change.
Yeah, supreme winner. I think it's Hainsworth match cloth and in the green, as we see. First to 25, black ball rules. John Attridge in the middle. One of the best referees around, will have no nonsense. Do you think the result in the previous game, although be it 3 years ago, will have any bearing on the result of this game?
Not at the start, I don't think, Dave. I think if Craig got off to a bit of a lead, then it might start getting in Mikey's head, but not at the start. I think he'll just be concentrating on the balls, and that'll be long forgotten for now, I think. He's hit that first break well anyway, just one little cluster that could cause an issue. He's potted 2 yellows and 2 red, potted 4 balls there, so...
Yeah, interestingly choosing to attack the reds.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you were presuming he was going yellows there.
He was, yeah. I thought he could have played the double on the yellow first shot, which is obviously dangerous, but he obviously thought maybe the double on the red later on, but now his split shot's not come out too good, so he's struggling a bit now. Yeah,
forced into a double if he's going to continue attacking on reds.
I didn't think he had a starter on yellows apart from the double. That's probably why he chose the reds. So.
And having to play at a slow pace to hold the cue ball, very well judged.
Yeah, so he's got 2 options now, really. Take the one. He's going to take the one on the cushion, but he's going to go into the cluster. But when you've only 1 ball to land on, it's asking a lot to land on it. But he could have just dropped it in and play a double. But he's got into that one, so he might have to play the double now, I think, Dave, from that angle.
Yeah, can't see him taking the risk in breaking it out when you've only got 1 ball to land on the one you are breaking out. It's usually too big of a risk. Can guarantee himself virtually a straight double here and give himself sight of the black if he is to get it. That looks just about perfect, Gaz.
Yeah, it's a big shot so early in the match, isn't it? Because the yellows are not going to be missed if he doesn't get it. So it's always nice to get one on the board early. So it is a big shot, even so early on. Looks good.
Beautiful. I certainly feel the start of this game is more important for Michael than it is for Craig. I don't think that previous result should have any bearing personally because it was so long ago. But when you've had what was a loss by quite a big margin in the past, it is going to play on your mind if you go behind early doors.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got to get off to a good start, which he has. Broken cleared the first game. Hit a lovely break. Wasn't an easy finish, and he's took him out nicely. 2 doubles in there, so. But yeah, it was a massive break. It looks a lovely breaking table. Just seeing one break really. 4 balls going in on the first break.
Yeah, Craig was practicing early doors, and he certainly opened up quite well. So we're just going to have a little look at Michael Tomlinson's stats, I believe. Plays out of the White Rose up in Ossett, does he?
Yeah,
that's where his previous cash games was.
He's good friends with Andy, obviously. Andy Appleton, who owns the White Rose. They play a lot of doubles together, and he's always been around that area. Yeah.
Also, like we said, he's had, I think, around 10 cash games also. I mean, his latest one was only a couple of months ago. He lost to Dom Cooney, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Only by a couple of frames, though. He's also played Ben Clayton. He's beaten him. He's beaten Daz Cheatham twice. He's beaten Matt Lawrenson twice. He's won all against Tom Barley, who Craig's also played. And he's had 1 loss to Andrew Patchett and 1 loss to Gav Robinson. So he's about, I would say, just scanning through his games, probably about 70-30 in favour of winning.
He's played a few there, people of a similar style, like your Tom Barleys and people like that. And obviously his last one, Dom Cooney, Dom's a bit more steady, and sometimes it's all about styles as well.
Yeah, Craig's was renowned for only really having one style in his early days. That's changed in recent years. He's now into his 30s, married, which does, although it's off the table, does have an effect on the table. A lot more measured approach with Craig, but hasn't lost that natural potting ability, certainly.
No, he's got loads of flair when he goes around the pool table. He's got all the shots. It's a little issue. He's gone yellows here, the black, so he's going to need a little nudge at some stage. Doesn't go into the long pocket, so it's definitely going to need. He'd probably hope to kick the red away from it at some stage.
Just like to say a big thank you for everybody for joining us this afternoon. We are live on all platforms for the first, I think, 4 frames, and then we'll be moving across to the pay-per-view. So if you want to join us, please go across to Beard Productions PPV.
Yeah, he's just got to find his angle to split into the 2 reds and the black. He doesn't like where I don't think the yellow in them must go in the middle, so he's had to throw in a little safety there, which we probably won't see that many of them, Dave.
Yeah, just as we were talking about his more measured approach, Gaz, we get a great example of it.
He just overrun the previous shot, and I thought the yellow must sneak past the way he played it, but I don't think it did, so he had nothing on really. So.
Always felt that at the start of Craig's cash game career, he was labelled as sort of a little one-trick pony in the fact that he was just all-out attack, but there's actually quite a lot more to his game, and the reason he plays the game so quickly is, and I've had the pleasure of commentating alongside him, is basically because he sees the game so quickly.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
And you don't realise that until you sit down with him, because
it's not like he's not trying at all, is it?
No. It's not as if he doesn't give the game respect. He just sees it very quickly. Same as Jordan Shepherd. Same as Sean Chipperfield. Players who play at a stupidly fast pace. They just see the game very quickly, so they find it very easy. Don't waste any time in between shots, and don't second guess themselves, which is very important in this game.
Yeah, that's a lovely pot.
I don't know how you feel, Gaz, but you certainly don't seem to second guess yourself too much.
No, I like to get on with it, but I do sort of think about a finish at the start of it, but once I know where I'm going with it, I do try and get on with it. But I think it can just be. It can be a personal preference about it, and a nervous thing sometimes as well, a nervous energy type thing where people just like to get on with it. If they stop and think too much, that's when the nerves actually kick in. So
yeah, and it can have a negative effect on the table. But you certainly don't second guess yourself, because you never consider safety shots.
Yeah, I got to my 30s and didn't do what Craig did. I'm my 40s, I'm my 50s.
Yeah.
Potting some nice balls, Mikey, to keep these clearances going, but he's still got plenty to do here, I think.
Have you put yourself in the arena before, guys? I'm trying to think back. Have I seen you play for money?
Nothing at this sort of level, Dave. No, nothing. I'd say my biggest money match that I can remember is probably about £1,200 back in the day, something like that. So, yeah.
Probably quite difficult to find contenders. I mean, you would find.
Oh,
some,
definitely.
Of course you would. There's only a small pool once you become a world champion.
I think I've said this to other people before. I think because of the type of people I'd be playing and the races I play, it's not the sort of practice I do. So I'd want to say 2-3 months off work to get myself in that position, and then you're money-wise you're up against it already because I'm self-employed. So if I've taken 2-3 months off work, you're putting yourself under it already to perform and win the match, aren't you? So I don't think I could get in from work the work I do and practice at night for a first to 30 against some of the people that would play me. So
playing for a big amount, you have to give total dedication to the game. Make sure you're at your absolute best for the backers as well as yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. If I've taken 2 months off work, if I go 3 or 4 frames down, so many things can go through your mind.
Well, I do know I've spoken to Craig at some length this week, and despite jetting off on holiday for a long weekend, he has been putting the time in on the table. Looks very comfortable. Spoke to him just before he went on, and he was extremely relaxed, in a good mood.
Just left that one a little short.
Doesn't cause him any problems though, and he's levelled things up. As we take a look at Craig Lakin. In his hometown, playing at the Corn Exchange. What a venue, by the way.
Beautiful, isn't it? I've only been here 2 or 3 times, yeah.
Perfect for playing pool. Players Amateur Championship winner, he regards as his greatest ever pool achievement, and you can understand why when you saw the field. He also won, I think it was the Golden Q singles, was it?
Yeah.
The Bato singles. He won it back to back, didn't he? Was it the Golden 8 Ball or the Golden Q?
I think it might have been Golden Q or something, yeah. He's had good runs in IPA amateur events in the past as well. Yeah,
he won one of them down in Brighton a few years back. He uses the same size tip as his opponent. However, who makes his cue, he has no idea. As you can see, look at that, falling apart. Yeah.
I'm surprised actually Mikey's has got an 8mm tip, because I thought he might have just carried on with his snooker cue from his snooker days, but if his cue's 8mm, that seems a bit thin for snooker, so he must have changed to a pool cue.
Yeah, I think it depends on your cue action, how you strike the ball, how far you bring that tip back to your bridge hand. Your smaller tip enables you to not bring it back as far, and obviously a lot of players feel that you can be a lot more accurate. Also, you don't need as much power for...
He's lost his cue ball there a little bit. Got away with it. Oh, is that going to drop? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you don't need as much power.
No, I agree, David. I think since the tables have played like they do now, and since Pro Cup balls, I think a lot of people have gone away from the old knitting needles. That you'd see people with 6.5mm tips with the old balls on the old tables and stuff. And I think nowadays, I think 8.5 is fine for this game now. And I think someone like Shane Thompson, who's probably in the last 2 years been one of the best 5 pool players around on the planet, he's just got sort of 10mm, I think, something like that.
I think it's just over 9.
Yeah, it's definitely a big tip.
All about hitting the centre of the cue ball that all us amateurs struggle with so much. Size do you use, Gaz?
I'm back up to about 8.2 now, and the cue that I won the Worlds with I think was more like 7.5, but I changed and gone back up, so yeah, it's about 8.2 mine.
You play about with it? I mean, have you gone bigger and smaller with it? I know it's hard to make it bigger.
Yeah, I have done with this cue, yeah. It started off at 8.5 and a couple of it has been brought down a little bit, yeah. Just that extra control.
I think what it does tell us about Craig is if we didn't know already, he's very much a field player. Yeah. Using a rack cue, I'm guessing he's probably had that for virtually all of his career, and he just can't play with anything else.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yeah,
he's just got used to it. Yeah. For a lot of these pool players, the cue is basically just an extension of the arm, as we see the 3-ball plant, which has given him the opportunity to
come a touch far on that, I think. Yeah, he'd like to have been just off straight so he could run between the 2 reds. Looks pretty straight on it now. Might have to leave a bit of a thinner yellow. He's ended up leaving the cut to middle instead.
And could avoid the kiss on the 8 ball, and it's going to land nicely on it.
2 for 2 from his break for Mikey, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, we're staying with serve.
Yeah, he didn't hit that one as well as his first break, but a little bit more clustered, but he took him nicely.
Well, if he keeps breaking and finishing off his own break, he's going to be very difficult to beat. I don't think it'll go on forever.
25 of them, that'll be some. Yeah, I don't think he'd ever get a money match again if he did that.
No. I have witnessed games like that on a shorter scale, though, when you're playing first to 7s, first to 8, like you guys do on tour, where there's many a story of 13 breaks from the finish. But I've been lucky, which I have seen, 1 or 2 games that have virtually been that. Maybe one mistake, but if you can call a dry break a mistake, because some players actually do. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I've been involved in games like that and watched plenty. Yeah, it does happen, especially this day and age, and the way the tables play and the skill of the players now. It's more the depth, really, I suppose, the players. You have to be doing that. You can play someone ranked in the 70s, 80s, and they'll have 3-4 dishes against you easy.
So early doors, you can't see that there's going to be a lot to separate these two players. I mean, you've obviously played both of these, I should imagine.
Yeah.
Do you feel there's any deciding factor, apart from the history between the two players, that may give us an idea of the result? Going to try and put you on the spot, you see, Gaz.
Well, I would have thought that Mikey was maybe putting more time in, but you just said that Craig started these last few weeks. He's been pretty keen in putting the time in, so if it was anything, maybe Mikey is more on the table, but I could be wrong on that one, so it's a tough one. They play a similar game, you see, so they both, when they're on, they take a lot of stopping at any race of pool, whether it's to 7 or 25, but obviously they're not the most consistent players in the world, because they'd be higher in the rankings, because their A game, the best game, is as good as anyone's. So.
Yeah, a lot of that sort of recent form kind of goes out the window when you're putting them in an arena with thousands of pounds on the table.
Yeah.
Unusually, we are going to see Craig come down the table and then transition back up. Well, that yellow's not going to fall.
I think that's probably done him a favour, actually, because I'm not sure he had a shot there.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Yeah, I think you're right there, Gaz. I think he might have been snookered by the 8 ball.
He may have had a double to the one on the right. That was probably his only shot, but it means he's struggled to get back down for this one, so I think he'll be happy enough with how that's turned out.
Michael having a little wander around the table.
So difficult to do anything strategic or defensive in this situation, though. You really have to try and find something finish-wise and just try and force it.
Well, if he can leave himself an angle with the one on the baulk line to... Well, I think he's playing that one now, it looks like. I know he's not.
It's in or over, really, isn't it? I'm not sure it's going to stay. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot.
Frame 4 becoming the first tactical encounter of this match. Just first to 25. Long way to go, and for those that are watching free on YouTube, this will be the last frame you will see. You need to head over to Beer Productions PPV if you want to watch the rest of this match. If there's space for the yellow at the top of the table to pass behind the red, yellows are a long, long way in front here.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that shot, to be honest, because that was covering the black across, and he's still got a bad yellow, so Mikey can get a bit of control here. He's got a pocket for the black now if he can actually get somewhere with his reds.
Will he be tempted to attack here and try and cannon down into the 2 reds? Hoping to make the yellow. It certainly looks like he's planning on it.
Maybe he's going to try and skill shoot. Yeah, it doesn't go, does it? So yeah, it's maybe he's just going to try and get his red in this corner behind behind the 2 yellows, get a bit of control over there, while Craig's yellow's tricky at the top.
You just can't see a lot on here for Mikey at all.
If he's going here, this shot has to be almost perfect, really.
Wow. Has he been a bit fortunate here? Can he pop this down into the bottom left as we look down at the table and disturb the 2 reds? Or is he too straight?
Again.
Oh, wow.
He likes a double early in this match, doesn't he? I think that's about the 4th or 5th one he's gone for. He's got most of them.
I think it gives an indication of how he's feeling early doors out there.
Yeah. Gets a bounce here.
And he's going to need another.
Yeah, but that's a lovely angle, I think. Oh, no, he's just come a touch too far, maybe. May have to try and screw into the yellow to hold on the black.
Wow.
Played the nudge, it slid on him a little bit.
Be interesting to know which cloth Mikey's been practicing on at home, because on the Hainsworth match, as you well know, I'm not educating you, but you play them slower, they'll slide out to the right, and if you play them harder, they'll check up. And other cloths, certainly the ones that you use,
the 861 is, that would have squared up a lot more, and that's probably, if he is practicing on those, but all his earlier doubles,
Wow. First big mistake by Craig Lakin.
Yeah,
surely going to be punished, you feel?
He's going long. I'd be tempted to snick this in with left-hand side.
Punched it in.
That was the worry of going long, I think.
But he's landed on top of this 8, and I don't think he's left himself a shot on it to the obvious pocket.
Very thin. The ref will have to be watching this for double it, so he's got it.
Wow. Wow. What an 8-ball. That will conclude our coverage on YouTube and social media platforms. So please join us for the rest of this match over on Beard Productions PPV. What a great 8-ball.
It was a bad mistake by Craig. I think we thought he had that one in the bag, so first little lead, 3-1 now.
Are you viewing it in the way when you're out in the arena looking for chinks in the armour? Because yes, Mikey's made a little mistake earlier on, but Craig's mistake was glaring in that match.
Yeah, those big mistakes when a guy sort of missed the chance. The chance Mikey went for was a real tough finish, and he's got pretty close, just one double away from getting him. And he knew he was chasing, so he thought, I've had a go and I've lost the frame. But to come back in, win the frame off a basic mistake by Craig, they are the biggies really. The big momentum changes, those ones. If Mikey can break and dish now, he's got himself a little lead early on.
Yeah, always looking to double down on your opponent's mistake when you've got the break. One thing I noticed in practice about Mikey's bait, let's see if he does it now. Yeah, and he does. Brings the tip up into the air. Not something you see a lot with the professional players. Kind of feel like you're losing power when you don't drill down through the pack.
Yeah, he gets quite a bit of topspin on that. I'm not sure if that's something he plans, but.
And has been punished in a manner because it's the first dry break of the match. And Craig wasting no time at all in bringing his problem balls out, although that's not ideal.
Yeah, it's not too bad because it's a big pocket to the middle if he can get up for that yellow. This is the big shot though. He needs to get across the table to leave one long into the top left corner.
Yeah, you just feel care needs to be taken here, Gaz, don't you? Especially after the mistake in the last one. He wants to forget about that straight away, and he wants to make Mikey forget about it as well.
It's a big ease. He's played a great shot there, to be fair, to top that across to get it to where he got it.
Yeah, he used all the pocket. Needs that red to drop, and it has done.
Unfortunate. I don't think he needed to move that. I think he should have been playing that in the middle, but it's come out nice.
Yeah, back in prime position. You feel with Craig, he sort of hits a zone in his mind, and it doesn't matter how many people are watching him, whether there's 2 or 200. If he gets in that zone, he just stays there, and that's what's made him such a formidable cash game player.
Yeah, I agree. He's just he has no issues with how much money he's playing for, how many people are there at all. It's him and the balls.
No shortage of confidence, and he seems to have put the mistake in the last frame to the back of his mind straight away. And it's looking like he's going to be within 1.
Yeah, that's first reverse dish of the match. Crowd getting into it a little bit.
First bit of noise. Yeah, there's an awful lot more people due in around a couple of hours, so the place should be bouncing a little bit later on.
Yeah, a few football fans popping in.
Although it's a big old snooker and pool hall this, so there is quite a few around already.
Yeah, it's a great setup that they do for money matches here.
Smart Rack in use, one of our sponsors for today. Everybody that has bought this stream will be entered into a prize draw at the end of this cash game. We've got 5 of them with tech towels to give away. Good at pulling balls out of hats, aren't you?
Yeah. That's
not just putting them in pockets.
It's one of my main skills.
Balls flying everywhere, but it looks like it's going to be the same result.
Yeah, it's a bit of a messy one, isn't it? It didn't really catch them, Craig, that time.
Very, very awkward layout.
Sometimes it might be one of those frames where you'd rather it be dry, I think. Let your opponent have a go at these. We'll soon find out, though. Or maybe not. It's not come easy. A couple of yellows on each side cushion tied up. So
both players with a similar plan of attack for today.
Yeah, I think so.
That's it, a plan of attack.
He's got a chance now. He can nudge one out and leave an angle on the one on the left and nudge the other one out. So maybe play the left one first, get the one above the black out, while he's still got some control in the bottom right.
I feel as if early doors, both players are not bothered about their opposition at all.
No.
They're just focusing completely on their own game. There's been no eye contact, nothing between the players. They're just, I'm going to focus on myself, I'm going to attack, and if he can stay with me, best of luck.
There's no signs of nerves, really. It's get out there and do what you're good at. That one's gone wrong for Mikey, though. He tied his yellow up in the middle of the table with a red.
Oh, the yellow that he's closest to is going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure it passes anywhere.
No, that's going to need moving, I think. But there's no obvious ball to move it, really.
This isn't easy either. Very much hampered by the red, but hasn't caused him any problems.
Very straight and on the cushion, though. This is... can't really see where he can go with this.
Well, he's not leaving any doubt in the viewer's mind where he's aiming for.
Yeah, that will leave him some sort of angle if he can get across to there, but it's quite, on a new cloth and slidey table, it's quite tricky to get the white across there from this. So he's held back. It's a good shot.
He obviously felt the same, but he's played the safety shot quite well. Or can Craig Lakin sneak through to the red over the middle?
Touch a swerve maybe, or maybe he's on it. No, it looks like he's straight down on it.
Yeah, he's straight down on it, Gaz. Okay, so things a little bit more simpler for Craig, as they always are when your opponent clears balls off the table, but still work to do.
Yeah, I think he'd like to left the one thin to the middle there to nudge the other one away off the cushion by the yellow. So he'll come back to that, I think. It's a nicer angle. Bounce off the cushion, nudge the other red into play and leave himself on the choice a couple of reds should do. Looking like 3-all, Dave.
Yeah, very much so. And within the first 6. I think I've counted 2 unforced errors by Mikey, 1 big one by Craig, 1 dry break each.
Yeah, I think Mikey's chased a couple of finishes that he'd rather not early on in a match, but there wasn't much else to go at, really.
Overdone that slightly, in fact, by quite a way.
Yeah, that's a funny little angle now. That's not easy now.
Is it going to be lots of check side?
I think so, but on a slidey table you don't get loads on, so I don't think he'll get himself straight on that red to middle.
Hasn't really got much option unless he feels he can dig into the cue ball and screw off the side cushion, but he's going to be heading very close to the bottom right hand pocket if he's to play that, so lots of right hand side it is. That's probably about as good as he could do.
He's done well with that, really.
Oof. Is that going to stay up? It is.
Wow.
He's taking it for granted. Didn't look like he rushed it.
No, I think he sort of thought this is in and didn't really give it the respect it deserved. 2 massive mistakes really by Craig now.
And it's looking like it's almost certainly going to be punished by Mikey Tomlinson. All the hard work done in frame number 6 for Craig Lakin. Only to miss a relatively simple 8 ball down the rail.
That's twice now Mikey's chase finished his not got him and Craig's not punished him.
Yeah, he's let him off the hook. I think Mikey's obviously definitely come with the tactic of all-out attack.
Yeah, I think it's just the breaks really, Dave, hasn't it? He's had a couple of opportunities that have been tricky, but he's felt that he's got to go for him. If
you're playing someone, Gaz, that is obviously adopting this tactic, you know what you're getting with Craig Lakin all the time. What goes through your thought processes? Now, obviously, you're mainly only playing races to 6 or 7, but if you were to play a long race against someone like Craig, what would you be thinking of?
I think you've still got to stick to your own plan, really, Dave. It's just, if the breaks are coming out nice for you, as you could ask the same question to 50, 100 pool players in the country or in the world. There's 50 players that can break and dish time after time after time. If they're coming out nice, you do it. You just got to stick with your own game plan. If people reel off finishes in 2-3 minutes against you, you just have to accept it. We've all been on both sides of it, so I don't think you can change your own game plan, really. You just have to hope you get enough chances to get the 25 frames that you need. But obviously, you're not going to take every chance under this sort of pressure, but if you get maybe 35 chances and you take 25 of them, you've got a chance. So.
Do you ever feel that, obviously when you approach a pool table and you're looking at the finish, you're obviously weighing up the odds if you're going to get it, if it's tight.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the table and thinking, this is about a 60-40, I'm going to get this, I'm going to go for them. And if it's 50-50 or the other way, you choose not to. Does the percentage change depending on your opponent? Do you think, well, this is 60-40, but because I'm playing him, I'm going to choose a tactical shot? Does that ever cross your mind?
It can do, yeah, because you know that some opponents will chase finishes and they're capable of getting them, so you think, I don't really want to let him at the table, but you don't mind getting involved in exchanges with other people who aren't going to go for those opportunities. I always try and tell people that I've coached to go, if you think you'd get a finish 7 times out of 10, so a 70% ratio, then go and take them out and do what you can do. It's easier said than done. I probably never listen to my own advice because I end up going for finishes that are 2 out of 10, but that's what I actually tell people who I coach. So I think a 70-30 finish is, these are probably mainly lower level players that I've been coaching, not real top level players, so that everyone has their own ideas from when you're playing at a higher level, but lesser players I think should be going, if they look at a table and think I'll get them 70% of the time, I think that's the time to do it.
That's the right mark, around 70%.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And that only comes with experience. The more you play, the more you realise, am I going to get these?
That's it. In 2 years' time, your 70% might be a lot more than now. But if you improve or you take on board a bit of coaching and you practice a bit more, your 70%, so you're going to be going for a lot more finishes because you're playing the game a lot better. But
well, I don't know about coaching, Gaz. I'm waiting for you to open a Q action shop, personally. If you start selling one of them, well, I might get you a few more customers, me included.
Unfortunately, mine's only working on a snooker table at the minute. It's not working so well on a pool table.
Well, we can't go through this whole 5-hour cash game without mentioning you have had 2 147s in a row, can we?
I think most people do mention that when my name pops up. Yeah, it's.
Well, it's such an astonishing feat, isn't it? Now, I have heard the story. It was in 2 different places as well, wasn't it?
No.
Or was it not? It was in the same club?
Yeah. It was just. It was like a minor money match just for a few quid. A lad who came over from Liverpool to play me in my club in Southport, and it was. It gets brought. I think people think it was a league match. No, it wasn't a league match. We don't play 2 frames in our league matches. It was a longer race for a few quid, just pennies really, just a little friendly amount of money. But and it was the second one came from his break-off shot actually. So it was my first shot after potting the black in the previous 147. So that makes it pretty rare, I think. That.
Yeah, I'm glad you corrected me because I'd heard a completely different story.
No, it was in my own club on the table that I played on for probably nearly 35 years, I suppose. And the guy came to play me, and I think he was beating me at the time, and it just came from nowhere. Yeah.
I think at the request of one of the players, the music has been turned well and truly up in here.
That's definitely gone up, hasn't it? So Michael's lost his white on the break this time while we were chatting, and looks like Craig's going to mop him up.
Yeah, he's going to have to cut out the mistakes that he's made early on in this match, Craig, if he's going to stick with Mikey, because Mikey hasn't made any gleaming errors. A couple of unforced errors, yes, but nothing gleaming like Craig, who's missed 2 quite easy pots. But he's back within 1 after 7. It's 4 frames to 3. Take a moment just to once again thank the sponsors for this event. 8 Ball Direct, as we can just see on the back of our referee John's shirt, and puffbars.com. Easy for you to say. John having no problems whatsoever. Racking the balls up nice and tight. I think he reffed the Clint Jansen match that Bird Productions did a while back against Declan Brennan.
Yeah, I think he did, yeah. Yeah, he's been around a while, John. Good ref.
What a performance that was by Clint, by the way. Superb from start to finish.
Yeah, he played class. A lot of people for the first match made him a big underdog. I knew it was a close match to call, and he's showed how good he is.
Interestingly, in this game that we've got up now, when the first game came around, the opinions were very 50-50. It was sort of half and half. Everyone thought it was a pretty fair game. This time, I put up a little vote yesterday, and it was heavily in Craig's favour. Right. Now, I know we're only dealing with the general public, and Craig's been around a lot longer, so I think people are more familiar with his game and certainly with his A game, but I viewed it as probably, you had to make Craig favourite, you had to, because he's won the previous encounter and he's playing at home, and I don't think the rules make any difference at this level.
Well, these are Craig's rules, he's played these rules all his life, so I think a lot of it is to do with where Poole is at the minute, so he's just, obviously the section that Craig's playing on is getting a lot of publicity at the moment and different things, so I think people are seeing that. It was the same with the Declan Clint game. That it was, people were saying Clint shouldn't be on the same table as Declan. It's just ridiculous, and it just because he plays in a different organisation, and people rate that higher at the moment. But it's and I think that as people just see that, and it makes no sense to me. They're just pool players, and
no, I think you have to be well into the game.
Yeah.
You have to either be a scholar of the game, like myself, or you have to be a professional player, like yourself.
Yeah.
So I have like a valid opinion in the fact that you've watched so much and you realise the quality of players on both sides, let's be honest.
This is it.
And there is quality players on both sides.
Yeah. I think it's just the way we're at with it at the moment. So it is a difficult one to call, because a lot of the top players aren't really playing each other now because of the splits and the breakaways and different things. So when these games come along that are between two players from opposite codes, a lot of people get a lot of interest and think it's a bit of a grudge thing, but it's not. They're just two pool players playing pool.
Absolutely not. These guys have played well in excess of 10 to 12 money matches for an awful lot of money, and they played once before, and I don't really mind what rules they play, as long as the money's in the middle.
Neither of them are playing for their organisation or the players on their tour. They're playing for themselves and the backers who back them.
I think what it does say, it says a lot about Mikey, in my opinion. The fact that I think the score was 21-14 or 25-14, somewhere around there, for the first leg, and he's come back and he's playing again, and he's lost by a considerable margin in a cash game, and we don't see many of them. Certainly I haven't. And he's come back and said, "No, I want it again, and we'll have it at your place." It's
just the fact that he's playing more pool now. He's got more experience in tournaments. I think he's been on a few trips, and he is more of a pool player now than he probably was 3 years ago when he played that match. He was more just a snooker player who played pool then. I think now he's just pretty much full-on pool player, I think. So that's probably what he's thinking.
For me, it says an awful lot about the confidence of the man.
Oh yeah, he's not scared of anyone, Mike. He'll have a go. Trying to capitalise on Craig's misread again in this frame. So every time Craig looks like he's going to get level, he just throws a miss in there, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you can't think of any reasoning behind that. Players just sometimes miss. Just get up one morning and that's how you're feeling. This looks tight to the centre pocket, doesn't it?
It's not the angle he wanted. This is one the ref will have to keep an eye on. They're going to have to throw left-hand side on this and try and throw it in, I think.
Well, we're going to be right behind it. Yeah, it's okay, it's good. It was going to drop.
Yeah, just another opportunity for Craig to level it up there. Missed that red into the corner, but I'm actually pleased that balls that should be missing are staying up, Dave, aren't you? Because we see on a lot of money match tables when they're recovered, balls just going in when they've been cued badly and stuff, and it makes it a bit too easy, doesn't it? So
I had a little look at the table. I don't know if you obviously come in 30 seconds before you were due on because you're such a professional. I was here at 1 o'clock. I did have a look in the arena table. And
I'd blame the traffic.
Absolutely. And you're coming from the same neck of woods as me, guys.
That's true.
No excuse.
You didn't bring your missus. She'd had to get ready.
Oh, you're going to play Viv when you're in boxing distance, mate. Well, I had a look at the cloth, and I don't know when it was changed because not had a chance to speak to the owner, but it didn't look like it was replaced in the last 2-3 days.
Oh,
you can always tell, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
There's a new cloth on. It has that sort of gleam on it.
I've only really looked at the table through the camera lens. I've not actually had a proper look at the table. And I can imagine it's fairly new, but if it's not brand new, it helps really a little bit because they can be a bit too slidey and a bit too generous when they're brand new.
Yeah, well, you certainly feel that maybe Craig's 8-ball down the rail he missed a couple of frames ago. Maybe he did take that for granted and think, he's a bit of margin for error here. Hit that break much, much better this time, Mikey Tomlinson. And much better connection through the pack, and has been rewarded with the split.
It's a lovely split, yeah. Choice of both balls, Dave, really.
Yeah, this is looking like what could be a significant advantage early on in this match. I think once you're 3 ahead, it is a decent advantage.
You've got especially if you start breaking well from that stage, it's hard to get back at people. So he's having a look at both balls. The yellow behind the black looks tricky, so he is going yellow, so that's his main issue with yellows, the one nearest to the black. It does go in the right middle, so he just has to land on it right.
Yeah, you almost feel like this shot now is the key shot in the visit if he's going to choose to come down the table and try and get himself position on that yellow behind the 8 ball.
Maybe
or at least set himself up.
I think he'll try and leave himself on the 1 to left middle and maybe run down into the red.
Yeah,
He's got into the...
You know what I did there? What every pool player shouldn't do. I second guess myself. I was going to say, will he come down and try and nudge it now?
He's got a bit fortunate there. I didn't really like that shot because the yellow near his hand there didn't go long. I think it was a good shot if that went long, but he could have easily stuck in there and it would have been tricky.
However,
I like to play splits when it's more guaranteed, really, when you're definitely going to land on a different ball.
The risk paid off. And it's looking like a break finish once again for Mikey Tomlinson. Shouldn't be any mistakes from here.
No, it's just what he does with the black, really. He can take his medicine and take it to the top right, just screw out, or if he tries to bring it and play the black in the same, the 8 ball in the same pocket as the last yellow over the pocket, it's bringing a few reds into play. So, he's got a kick.
That must be a kick. We've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's take another look at that. Watching, all eyes on the cue ball.
Yeah, it didn't get any forward momentum, did it? It didn't properly jump, but got to watch the slidey cushion here as well.
Wow.
Well, he's on the black if he drops it in.
He's got it. Is the white ball going to follow it in? No. Now, question is this a big pocket to the right centre? Or is he going to be forced into taking this long?
I think the centre is the easiest shot. Just got to watch the white to the left centre.
He's taken it long and he's missed it. He was up off the shot straight away. Probably one of the most difficult shots on a pool table, that, when the white ball's in the jaws.
Yeah, virtually pretty much dead straight as well. You've just got to cue it so well.
You feel here, though, that Gaz, he just needs to take his time a little bit, Craig. I know he likes to get in his zone and play quickly, but another mistake here might set the tone for the match. These are very simple for a man of his quality.
Can't afford to let this one go, definitely not. Because that's Mike's first real proper bad. He was unlucky with the kick, so you got to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. And he left himself the black. He could only leave himself, really. So you got to say he's a bit unlucky. But
didn't want the white on the cushion, you don't feel, what shouldn't be a problem. And he is going to get there. Yeah, you almost feel maybe Craig, I mean, he's obviously settled, he's in his home venue, but his game has thrown a couple of errors up early doors and maybe just not completely 100% settled yet.
Yeah, and that could be a big turning point. Yeah, 6-3 would have been a nice little lead for Mike there.
I think we have to remember, Gaz, as well, that I don't think Craig's played a cash game for 2 years.
No,
maybe a bit longer, maybe nearly 3.
Been out of it a little bit, hasn't he? And he missed quite a few of the tours last year as well, didn't he, for various reasons. So yeah, he's not been fully on the pool scene this last 18 months, 2 years, has he?
Getting married and having a little on the way, he always does that, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he played, was it Jordan Sillett he played? And he had to give him a little start and lost in the decider.
Yeah. Jordan's a good player.
He gave him, I know, +2. That's very unlucky by Craig. Kicked it off into the corner. Yeah, he gave him, I think it was like +2, and he lost on a decider, first to 25. I mean, that's enough to make you feel a bit ill for a while. So he's been on.
You could say it's good handicapping, but it doesn't make you feel any better, does it?
No, does it? He's been on both sides of the coin, because when he played Sean Chipperfield, which was a long time ago, I can't remember, somebody will message me, I think it was around 8 years ago, and everyone said he couldn't win, and rightly so. Sean would have gone in favourite. Craig would have been only 22, 23 years of age, and he was actually ahead all game, and a couple of in-offs at the end, and that decided it in Craig's favour. So he knows how it feels to be on both sides of it.
Yeah, he's anything over long distances, there's so many momentum switches.
You're just sat in your seat now if you're Craig and just thinking, yeah, these are gone, but give me a chance in the next one.
Yeah.
I've just worked hard to get back within one, and I could be back 3 behind again.
This is it. Yeah, he's not ideal. Mike's got to be a bit careful about his work here. I think he's thinking about screwing into the yellow or nudging into the black and leaving himself on the bottom red. Quite tricky, that bottom red from where it is.
Can he not land on the bottom cushion and cut this red back? That's closest to the 8.
Yeah, I think he's going to run through off this one with a touch of left-hand side and leave himself as near to the yellow as he can. Put it across, so that should be fine. Yeah,
golden rule of the best players. Maybe not you, Gaz. Is never move a ball unless you have to.
Yeah.
I don't know if you live by that rule or not.
I try to more these days. I did wing it a bit back in the day.
All out assaulters from what I remember.
Yeah. It's amazing how the pool gods just chop and change. Mike got the kick that cost him the last frame, and Craig hasn't unlucky enough here, and it's cost him this frame. It comes and goes. Seems a bit of a pattern, doesn't there? You just can't get back level, Craig, and Mikey can get 2 ahead a couple of times, but never any more ahead. So.
Yeah, in a similar pace and fashion to his opponent, but just a tad more meticulous. Mikey Tomlinson is back in front by 2 frames.
Yes, that was a reverse dish from the in-off, wasn't it? You know, Craig's break's not really firing yet.
Odd as well, because he came in a little bit earlier than Mikey, as we just see our sponsor, Smart Wrap by 8 Ball Direct, which is in use today. He came in around half an hour, 40 minutes before 3 p.m. and I think he had 5 breaks and he creamed every single one.
Yeah, sometimes it can be that bit of tension in your arm, just don't quite get through it as well as you'd like to.
The task of incorporating all parts of your game into one for just 3 to 4 hours, very difficult.
Yeah, this is it. You just go into any sort of match hoping you get enough chances to win it, but sometimes you don't. The pool gods and your own break doesn't give you that opportunity. So.
Perfect.
Control that. That was going to be right on the blue spot, the white there.
Yeah, it really was. Absolute perfect break. We get to just have another look at that. Would have considered himself very unfortunate to have the white ball kicked into the centre pocket, but has escaped.
I think he's got not a bad little route here. If he can take the yellow that just squeezes past the black and leave himself the one to drop in the middle and maybe can land on the cushion one, he can get himself out here. Just this first shot, just holding it really. Maybe able to use the red. Yeah, like you say, Mikey's just working things out a bit. Craig, if he'd had this layout, would have played a shot by now. I think Mike's just making sure he just knows what he's doing and he's got his plan sorted.
Well, when I was I watched the previous game this week, and one thing I picked up on was, yes, they had a lot of similarities, both extremely attacking, both Q actions quite compact.
Yeah.
Certainly don't, exaggerate the Q action, the back arm, no need to keep things nice and tight, but the word that came to me was just Mikey being a bit more meticulous, that was all. He approaches the game just a little bit more measured than Craig does. Craig likes to play with that freedom, but that's also his strength.
It is. When he gets on a roll, he's almost unstoppable with the way he plays.
At the moment, you feel that Mikey's controlling the pace of this match. He's getting to dictate it.
He is dictating it a little bit, yeah. He's getting a lot more table time.
He's keeping Craig in third gear.
may have hampered the black a little there, nudging into that red, making his work a bit trickier.
Going to have to map out his route now, Gaz, because he's going to...
I think he's going to have to play the one in the middle and screw it with left-hand side to try and get to the left-hand side of the table, just past the boat line, but where does the black actually go now?
Possibly, well, he goes into the right corner, obviously.
Yeah.
Possibly goes into the left centre.
Possibly might sneak in.
Looks tight from that
not
camera
sure on
angle.
that one, yeah.
Overhead would probably give us a better view. I think it does pass. Yeah. Whoa.
Makes a big difference to the finish, really.
It does, because you can just leave the yellow at the bottom of the table till his last ball. I think he'll know better than us. In fact, he's coming round having a look now, is he?
Yeah, he's having a good old look. Yeah, so it needs a bit of working out, this. Yeah, he's going to try and get near the left-hand side cushion, just past the line.
Excellent. Probably a little bit too far, if we're being pernickety.
Yeah, it's just... This is one where you don't want the table to be too slidey, because these can... you sometimes can't get... He's got to play it with top and right to make sure he gets past the red on the way through. Sometimes they can slide off and you have to leave yourself behind the red. Yeah, he's played it well. This is the biggie now, whether it goes in the middle. Has enough angle to come past it for the top right if it goes there, Dave, I think. You think it goes top right?
Yeah, I think he'd definitely pass his top right. I think he'd given the angle he's got now, I think he'd like just to drop this in and play it in the left centre, but he'll know better than us whether it passes.
It looks like he's screwing through the gap, so he's got to judge this one, right? It's got to go.
He's not gone far enough. No. I think he might be able to see the edge of this 8-ball, but he certainly can't see enough to pot it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of other options. They could have even just sort of dropped that in and played a double. It was a pretty straight double, really. There's no reds in the way of the double. There's a few options there.
Yeah, you almost want to just guarantee yourself a shot at it, and he's tried to be a little bit cute, you feel.
It's a tough shot to get right, that one.
Indication, obviously, of how he's feeling, very confident, but in this instance, it's just not worked out, and he needs something special if he's going to regain a free-frame lead. And as a mirror image of the last frame, the one before that, where he gets to the 8-ball, but puts in a miss.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't think about playing on the double there, because he's not been scared to land on the double, has he, up to now? So
he hasn't, but Cray's left this really short again. And the plant's not really on, because the red's quite a way away from the bottom left-hand pocket, so forced into swinging this round. Well, just chose to take his medicine. Don't mind that. No,
he wanted to leave this till the end, just a simple shot to get on the 8-ball, but he's had to take it earlier than planned. Won't be a problem.
You just feel, though, that there you can see Cray's just not quite firing. Just first shot to the table, completely out of position. Yeah, not completely, but he'd be disappointed in that. He'll annoy him.
It's one of those finishes that you sort of know you're going to get, and you don't want to give yourself any issues that are unnecessary, really.
Missed position on the 8-ball by Mikey Tomlinson. Lets Craig Lakin in, and he's back within 1 after 11. 6-5.
Just gets the crowd back into it, that one. Just gets him back within 1. Bit of a big cheer for that one.
Yeah, I think you've got to punish your opposition.
Yeah.
When it's it's going to hurt, and there's nothing worse than missing an 8 or not getting on an 8, and then your opponent clearing up.
This is it, and then Mike knew that he had to pot out of that snooker where he put himself there, because there's no point in contacting the 8 unless you pot it, because there's no way a player of Craig's ability is going to miss those reds.
So will it be Craig Lakin that gets us to parity after 12, or will Mikey keep hold of his lead? White ball was tracking up to that top right-hand pocket, but he has potted a ball and he's kept the cue ball on the table. I think yellows would be his choice here, Gaz.
The last two rolling have just come together to make those two tricky, and I'm not sure he's got an easy starter on yellows, Dave. So yeah, it's this one where he needs to take a little time. Can he get through?
Yeah, he's currently wearing out the carpet.
Yeah, I think
trying to find a yellow, but
obviously the black was an issue with yellows as well. So yeah, reds was definitely the choice there.
Be a bit disappointed with this, Gaz, because he's the wrong side of this red. He would have liked to have potted this red next to the 8 ball and just nudge the other red out.
Yeah, he may think it goes if he can screw into the yellow. He may just think it can sneak in with a touch aside.
He certainly must do. Landing high on its help.
Throw a bit of left on this just to throw it a bit.
Key shot coming up. Wants to get on the one on the left-hand side. Just the gap between them two yellows. That looks good.
Played that well, yeah. Can easily bring the middle pocket into play there if you try and be too clever.
He's not quite home and dry yet. He is going to have to transition back down from his last red onto the 8 ball, and there is plenty of traffic in the way. Pushed that into the side cushion slightly, but it has. Yeah, well, he's been punished, hasn't he, with the position of the cue ball. Yeah. So here we go. This for 6 all, you feel.
No,
has he got a shot on it? No, he hasn't.
That's a bit loose.
He's going to have to swerve this.
And it suddenly went silent in the room, didn't it?
The music's just gone off, hasn't it? We need to speak quietly now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
And like you say, this game's just following a pattern at the minute. It seems to be everyone's going for the clearance, one mistake and then a counter clearance.
I think his second last red down the cushion, he just rushed, didn't he? I think he needed to get a slightly better white to make his work easier, and he's jacking up there. It wasn't a big gap to find to get down for the black.
He knows he can hit this off the bottom cushion. The problem is he can't really fluke it into any pocket apart from the top right. So that's why he's attempting the swerve. And it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Superb bit of cueing from Craig Lakin. He levels things up after 12. It's 6 apiece. The black.
That'll be a nasty one to take for Mikey, because he'd have thought he was getting back there. Great shot.
Naughty little 8 ball, that.
I think when you play shots like that now, Dave, I think they're so much harder because we play on so many different cloths. Back in the day when there was only sort of one cloth, really, you knew how swerve shots reacted and things. Now some grab quick, some grabs a bit later, and some don't grab as much. It's so much more difficult, I think, to pot those sort of balls now because with all the different cloths we play on. So it is a
home
great
advantage.
Shot. Yeah.
Oh, we could talk about the cloths a little bit. I practice on, when I do practice on the 861, and it just plays completely different compared to the Super Final, the Hainsworth match. And swerve shots are a big indication of how different a cloth can play as well as doubles.
I don't feel like I pot balls out of snooks as much as I used to because of all the different cloths and the way cushions slide and square up nowadays. I think I look at when I sort of similar to that one, more like the one Mikey had a couple of frames ago, when you're trying to pot a one cushion shot off a snooker. I don't feel like I get them anything like what I used to get them, because you're sort of guessing a little bit more now, I think, because we play on that many different style of cloths.
You used to have a table at home, didn't you?
We have got a table at home, yeah.
And what cloth do you have on it?
We've got 861 on there. It's due renewing, actually. It needs a new one on. It's been on a good year or so now, I think.
And how different does it play when it's worn? The 861,
they go very dull when they're worn. Yeah, you don't get much grip. They do need recovering quite often. They're still okay to play on, but for clubs I think they're all right for. But at a high level, when I go to the IPA in a couple of weeks, it'll be just completely different to what I've been practicing on if I don't get the table done previous to that. So.
I think that's what you find with any top level cloth. Obviously the IPA using the A61, Ultimate Pool use Strachan Superfine. That if you've got a very high quality cloth, it's not going to last that long in your club. I practice in a local pub, and he had to put 861 on for obvious reasons. And if he had Superfine, it would literally be a month.
Yeah, this is it.
It'd be in a month.
Yeah.
The table does like probably 350, 400 games a week. on a pub table. You
This
just can't
is
do it.
861 does stay playable, but for high level players who know the difference, you do notice the difference. Obviously, like you say, the lads in your pub probably still reasonably enough for them to play on, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about pub players at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They think I'm half decent in there, Gaz. Honestly, it's
You
ridiculous. I know, honestly.
I might nip there later on and try and throw in a few quid later.
Bring your tenors, yeah.
Decent break from Mike there, so he's got not had a proper look. But
Yeah, my new thing at the minute, Gaz, and I will ask you the question is, and I think a lot of players want to know this, it's a little bit childish, but how many finishes have you had in a row? Now, before you tell us, I've had 5, which I think that's quite good. And I'm not the best of players. They're no way near your level. And a lot of people around, if you're in the local business, that's quite good. You have 5 in a row, wow. And then I asked what was the current world number 1 on Ultimate Pool, Shane, at the time, when we did the last cash game, and he said 12.
is that potting off the break or
I think it was in a I think it was in a break dish challenge or something. I'm sure he's listening, so he'll message me.
I've done quite a few of them. I didn't do as many as Shane and those were doing actually in lockdown, but I've got more into it sort of later on. I think when it was proper lockdown, the table wasn't really up to it, I don't think, and I wasn't really out there that much. But
come on, we're waiting for your number.
I honestly couldn't tell you about a number of consecutive
How many in a row?
ones.
You don't know
Yeah,
many.
I've done on a 30 break one. I've done 24 clearances, but you can do that off dry breaks. And I think I jointly hold the record on that one. And Shane is one of the ones I jointly hold.
What was that? Say that again. On a 30.
So you break 30 times, but
right.
you don't have to put off the break. So you have to clear from there. That's the way.
You get one extra shot.
Most
basically.
of these Facebook lockdown things. That's how they do it now. So
and you had how many?
I got 24 out of 30.
Oh, jeez. So that's just frightening.
I think there's about 5 or 6 have done 24 that I know of. I think I might be wrong. I don't keep up to it as much as some people, but I think Shane is one of the ones who's done 24 out of 30.
Wow, that's incredible.
You do change your break when you play those things, when you don't have to pot, because I think certain breaks come out just and leave an easier finishes, but you're not guaranteed to pot one, so I don't hit them as hard. I'm sometimes
you want to open them up, and it's more important you keep the cue ball in the middle of the table. I should imagine.
It's all about your white being in a nice position. It's totally different than playing pool where you know you've got a pot and you've got to give it that extra.
Well, we've been chatting away about break finishes and numbers. Mikey Tomlinson has wasted no time at all by regaining the lead, and he'll be happy about that, because given the manner in which Craig Lakin won the previous frame.
Yeah, he needs to get back on track there. It's another night. Is that 4 breaking finishes now for Mikey, I think it is.
I'll tell you in a sec.
He's certainly breaking better out of the 2 at the moment.
Yeah, including reverse dishes, I've got 4 down, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a big frame for Mike, because he had lost the last couple. One off his own mistake and one off Craig's break, but he thought he was going to get a look in at the end, so it just makes it a bit more annoying. No sign of anyone really pulling away, Davis. There, I think Mikey's had a couple of 2 frames lead, hasn't he? But nothing bigger than that.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we're set for a grandstand finish. I mean, there's no way anybody within pool would think the first result was going to be repeated.
No,
not a chance.
No, not now. No.
Mikey's a far better player.
Yeah.
And so is Craig, you feel. Cue ball again. Keeps it on the table. Do you have to note, though, we've only had, 7 breaks each now, but Craig is definitely opening the pack up better.
Yeah.
His power through the pack is better.
He got a lot of power on that one. It sounded good, that one. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Mikey's sort of getting more late runners dropping in, apart from his first break where he potted 4, I think.
Well, I'm a big believer in keeping the tip down and driving through the pack. It makes a lot of difference. However, it's not...
Follow-through's the biggie for me. You've got to get your follow-through. I try and get my cue going past the middle pockets on the break. I want my cue to end up past the line of the middle pockets.
Well, you've got an enormous break. It's enormous.
Yeah, it's like anyone's, though. It doesn't always work, David. It's just you think you've got something and it dries up on you. It's a most frustrating part of pool.
Well, there's so many factors. One of the most important being the referee's job. We have to mention it. Until they get 15 balls all touching in a triangle, as we just see Craig, I think he's made a little error there. He needed to come far
proper
further
deceleration
back.
there. Yeah, he wanted to be another probably foot, I think, there back really to play with the yellow between the reds.
Waving his cue round in the air.
He's going to try and land there again off 3 or 4 cushions. This is quite good.
This looks very good. Needs to pull up,
Perfect,
does it?
I think.
Oh, has he got through the gap?
Oh, great shot.
Surely he's not on this one. I think he is.
He's on it. It's perfect. He couldn't have put it better by hand.
Wow. What a shot that was.
Thought the crowd would have been a bit up on that one.
I know.
It was quite quiet, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely exceptional. Yeah, and he can just drop this in if he so chooses. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. Is this game just starting to heat up a little bit, do you feel?
Yeah, he's looking confident now, Craig. I think that's two off the break for himself now on the trot.
Brilliant. 7 apiece. I'll just take a little break. Seven all, and I hope for one it continues like this. Shouldn't call it yet, but it's hard to see one of these players pulling away.
Didn't really look like he caught that one perfect again, but look at the split he's got.
Well, I don't want to sound like a broken record, Gaz, but that tip comes up in the air, and I just feel he's losing power off the break every time I see him hit it. I saw it in practice and I thought something needs to correct. Who knows, he might watch this back. He'll maybe listen to you.
Yeah, I'm sure
you've agreed with me.
I'm sure Mikey's played money matches in the past though, where he's had nights where he's hardly had a dry break. So it does work for him when it's firing. But like you say, for a consistency type thing, you need that drive through and the follow through. You don't want to be lifting.
That said, these have come out quite well.
I think he's decelerated that one as well. I think similar to Craig in the last frame. I think he was trying to play for the red below the cue ball here, so he's going to have to reroute and come back to that one. Maybe a soft screw and play it next.
Well, the only issue he has is if the red that's closest to his cue now, just in the bottom left-hand quadrant of the table, does pass to the bottom left. It looks to me like it does.
I'm pretty sure it goes, yeah. He'd have gone for yellows, I think, if it didn't go. So, but he'd wanted to be on it sooner than this.
Yeah, you can see him having a look now at it.
Can't be his last ball because of where the black is, so...
No, and if it's his penultimate ball, it means he's going to have to screw back off the top cushion for his last red. So
yeah.
I think that's maybe what he's decided is going to be the route of attack.
He did want to get on its second ball, but he just he didn't get through that first shot, and it's just made the finish now. It's not a gimme. He's going to have to play a couple of good shots in this.
This is the first one, needs to travel and hasn't done. Now this is a little bit awkward. Can he find the gap between the 8 ball and the yellow?
I think he'll just stump past back towards his hand, try and leave the white where his hand is maybe. Oh, it was tight.
That was tight. With shots like that, guys, you just want to be right behind them, don't
you do. When it's not a full pocket, when you've got an angle, it's so missable. This could be Craig in the lead for the first time.
can't guarantee much, but we seems to be following the pattern that whoever's at the table first is going to make one mistake at the moment.
We've had quite a few of those. Did expect Mike to get those. That's probably the easiest finish he's missed. He's chased a couple of tricky ones.
Craig will always choose to kiss balls out when he doesn't mind pinging the cue ball around, leaving himself a little bit more of a tricky pot. It means he doesn't have to play the one down the rail.
No, this is it, and it's not a gimme. He's got to leave the right angle on his next yellow to get on the one below the black. So he's gone for it now. He's hit this way too hard. Might have hit it hard enough that he's got a shot on the other one, no?
I don't think he has. I don't think he's on anything here. There you go.
Yeah, a little bit loose the way he's gone about these, Dave, I think.
No double available, so he's going to have to find some sort of safety. The cut, I mean, that's ridiculous. You can't take that on. The one he's closest to, yes, it passes up into the top left as we look down, but that's just suicidal.
Could he snick off the yellow and leave the white on the top cushion and maybe in the jaws of the pocket? Chasing something.
I think he's going for it, you know. He's missed it. However, that little kiss on the 8 ball has meant that Mikey cannot get through to the red over the pocket.
Yeah, I think he's just got to try and drop the one in the middle. He's got to trust the table, trust his cueing. It's got to be a real dead weight. Cut to the middle, he just bumped into the camera, I think.
Yeah, things a little bit tight in the arena for our cameraman.
I think that's your only shot, Mike. He's got to try and drop that in the middle for me.
How awkward is this, though? Blind pocket. I mean, this wouldn't be that easy if you were straighter on it.
No.
It's horrible for me. And he's got to play it with some pace.
Well, he's looking at where the white, maybe a safety, but I don't think he can leave that safe.
White glued to the top cushion, maybe. Yeah, he's played the safety, guys. So he's left Craig 2 choices, neither of which are very appealing.
I think he'll play the cut and just hope he lands.
I think he will. Yeah. He has done. He's going to have a shot on it, especially if it passes the 8 ball.
I think it goes, actually. I think his body language, he looks pretty confident.
There you go. Maybe not a full pocket. It's no problem. Sends it in off the near jaw.
Didn't really like Mike's shot there, to be honest. I don't think he'd have had to get that really tight on the cushion. I think it was as hard to get that tight on the cushion as it was to drop it in the middle.
You can almost see Craig. He knows that he's not feeling at his absolute best right now, and he's just trying to get himself going. Anything, just use anything.
Yeah.
Just stay at that level, and every time he does, Mikey's just bringing him back. But he has to take confidence back from the fact he's ahead in this match for the first time.
That's probably the worst frame we've seen, because Mikey had first go, missed them, then Craig really had simple yellows to take advantage, missed them, and then Mike's got another chance. Half chance really, because Craig left it tricky, but so that's the first frame where we've had like 3 mistakes really. Is there any break?
Yeah, Gaz, a little bit of a break after 20 frames, I believe, which is a bit unusual. Usually it's 25. If they're playing a race at 25, you have a break after 25.
So we got 5 to play, so if Craig can get to there and he's got an 11-9 lead, I think he'd be happy from here, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think
Mikey'd be happy to be 10-all, I think, now.
In your mind, when you're playing a race and you got a break after 20, you're just racing to 10. Yeah. And when you get to 10, everything's a bonus.
Now Craig's got his nose in front and it's his break. He'll be thinking, I can be 11-9 up at the break now. Well, you want to win every frame, but obviously you take the opportunities you can. Bit of a messy little table.
Yeah, forced into yellows. But after this pot, he's only got one problem ball.
Yeah, and he's tried to leave himself the angle to.
He's got the angle now if he chooses, but he's not guaranteed to be on a ball, and that's why he's not taking it. It's looking like he may leave this towards the end of his clearance.
I think I'd have played it then, to be honest. I know people like to work in areas, but I think I'd have played it then while he had it. And all he had to do was nudge into the red.
Well, this isn't ideal at all, because in potting this ball down the rail, and it's the only one he's on, it's hard to leave the angle on his penultimate yellow to break out his last yellow.
Might cover here.
Yeah. Unusual when you're 4 balls into a finish to see a player safety. Well, that's exactly what's happened there.
He might certainly won't be moving the red that's next to the yellow. He might just snick it and try and play a little snooker.
Yeah, didn't want to cannon the red and hasn't. That was nearly an excellent shot.
It was a clever little shot, actually. It was risky. If he'd have flicked that red, he could have been opening up for Craig. But,
will Craig be tempted here, Gaz? Can he play a very thin snip off the yellow?
I don't think it's a percentage shot at this stage, Dave, to be honest. But we all know how he plays.
He's so attacking. If he thinks he can just very get a fine contact on this yellow, play into the red, and then guarantee a shot on could be both of the other yellows, but it looks very thin from here. He's just pointed towards the referee and said it's not frozen, neither the red or the yellow. There you go. That's the more mature Craig Lakin there.
I think that was a good choice.
I think he would have played my shot a few years
back
ago.
In the day, I think all-out attack. He's sort of got the momentum in the match at the moment, so he doesn't want to let it slip with a bit of a rash shot, does he?
No, but it's Mikey that's in control, and that's a very well judged safety.
Yeah, he's judged the pace this time. That's what he needed in the last frame. He needed to be tight on the cushion like that.
He's just playing off one cushion. Wouldn't mind a nudge on that yellow, but it hasn't promoted it, unfortunately.
Bit of a, would you rather be reds or yellows here, Dave? It's a funny one. You've got more reds to play with, but obviously yellows have got the control. But reds do have skill shot option. I think in black ball rules, I'd rather be reds here.
Absolutely. Yeah. In black ball rules, I'd almost certainly be reds.
Left him that shot this time, though.
And he's taken it, but he's not been rewarded. He's only left with a plant. And it doesn't guarantee position.
No, he's losing the white a bit, isn't he? He's got to play this quite hard so the yellow follows through a bit. Yeah, that was the issue.
A tad unfortunate, you feel?
Yeah, he needed to catch the bottom red out of the two, didn't he, with the white, but it was always going to be tough with the potting angle of the plant.
Oh, we've seen one special shot already. This is going to have to be another. He's going to have to go up to the top of the table with the right-hand side.
I'm not sure that's on with the middle pocket, Dave. What do you think? Do you think he can just slide past the middle? Can he go to the top left corner with left-hand side and spin it through a gap of reds? Oh.
Don't be asking me that, guys. Come on. That's what you're here for. I did say to our producer, I said, I'm not calling any shots. I know I can't do it. I can't not sit here and call shots. Even sat next to you.
I like going from that angle. I like going top left with left-hand side and try and spin it through the gap going across the blue spot there. I think the middle pocket's in play with the going the more normal route.
Well, you're definitely right. I'm not going to argue with you. But there's no way on earth I'd be playing your shot. I think because you're bridging over as well.
No, I think you can get to
if you can get to the left-hand side of the cue ball, Either way, it's so difficult, and and to an extent, it's meaningless if he gives him ball in hand. You've got to have a go at potting it.
Yeah.
One shot is as good as two, really, here, where Mikey's reds are laid out. Well, he's now looking at the option off the top cushion and right cushion.
It's one of those where it'd be better if the yellow was, because I think the jaw's in play. You can't really check it because of the jaw of the pocket.
You mean play with left-hand side?
Yeah, if it was, the angle of the reds wouldn't be too bad if you had that option, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. For the shot to be on, he's got to go dangerously near the middle pocket here, just before the middle pocket, is the way I'm seeing it.
I suppose this way is more guaranteed contact, but like you say, you need to pot it really.
Wow.
Great effort.
The shot was obviously on with no side whatsoever there, Gaz. Just shows.
Yeah, he may have put a touch of left on just to straighten it slightly, but it's a great effort, to be fair. I'll give him that. It's unlucky, that.
But it should cost him frame number 16.
Yeah, Mikey will be pleased because he was a bit loose to leave him the cannon shot, wasn't he there, Dave? When he had control with the 7 reds, he left Craig the shot to clip off his yellow and knock his pocket shot in, and if that had come out kinder, Craig would have got these easy. So
you almost feel, though, that frames like this are Christmas presents, as Craig would have felt for the last 2 or 3 that he won. Mikey's had a chance and then left Craig with an open table and 7 in the middle, and Mikey sort of like got his reward here a little bit.
Yeah.
That said, that's not a good shot. He's okay, he can play the plan. Certainly wouldn't have been his ideal plan, this. Could be a miss. It has stayed up. I did say it wasn't ideal, Gaz. When you're playing a plan, there's always a chance.
Yeah, you had to play it slow to try and keep the red over the pocket because he was losing the white behind the black for the other red, so it may have just drifted slightly on a finger mark on him, that one or something, but it's just, it was the shot before. He shouldn't have been in that position.
Opportunity in the chance of a long double for Craig Lakin. It looks close, but it is going to not threaten the jaws. When it's set off then, I thought that was absolutely plumb. Yeah, when he got halfway, it realised it wasn't.
Yeah. It did look closer originally. Crowd got into that one a bit. They were giving it the oohs and ahs.
Yeah, they were. That's what got me going. Maybe you could hear the crowd. The good thing about a cash game is you've always got people behind the table, so you've got to listen for them, them cues.
Yeah, I think we're looking at one that could be close all the way here, Dave.
You feel like the game's waiting for one player just to go up one more gear at the moment. Yeah. Both players playing at a very similar level, reflected in parity in the scoreline after 16. Well, both players are taking a break now. I think we'll just ship some to our sponsors' adverts and be back when they return. 4 more to play before the break. And I think all bets will be firmly on 10 apiece at the moment, Gaz. It's certainly where I'd be putting me 50p.
Yeah, I think that's looking favourite for the break, isn't it? Dry one from Mike there. This is one of those that Craig doesn't want to rush into, just try and work out what he needs to do. Maybe a plant yellow to red and have a go at the reds. No?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. He's indicating that it rolled off.
It's a massive mistake to give a foul away so early in the frame.
We're not sure. Well, we're not going to get to see it. That's my fault. I pressed the button a little bit too late. Just wanted to see if it was rolling off. It's not often you see a player put the cue ball straight in the pocket.
I was surprised he played safe. I thought there were finishes to be gone out there, and he's played the safety and it's gone all wrong. So this one needs a bit of thought. Is he timing the game? Is he timing the game or just reffing the game? There's no time on, is there? No,
there's no timer.
And so certain situations like this, especially when you got ball in hand, this one needs a bit of thinking.
It is very unusual that I don't think I've ever heard of a money game with a shot clock.
No.
I did see a play, I think it might have been Jordan, advertised for it, obviously.
I think it depends who you're playing, doesn't it? I don't think he's played the best first shot there, to be honest.
I think it's a key to success at black ball rules, and certainly I always felt when I did a lot of commentary on the black ball side of the game was what separated certain players was how they used that first shot.
Definitely, I agree, Dave. Yeah, I tell that to everyone who's new to the rules that just started playing black ball in the last few years. It's probably the biggest thing is working out your free shot, especially after the break.
And because of that, I felt the Welsh lads especially, not just the Welsh, because I know it's big in Scotland as well, but I felt the Welsh lads, that's all they knew.
Yeah.
That's how they were taught pool for me in such a young age. So they had a little bit of an advantage because they just saw how to use that free shot so well straight away.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know your background years and years ago. I know it was snooker, obviously, but if it's the first rule set that you learn, it's sort of ingrained into you, isn't it?
It is definitely, yeah. And you pick up things off other people you practice with, so you just get to know the right shot to play in the right situation. And to be fair, Mike's made a bit of a mess of these, and he needs a long plant to redeem it. And that was just through a bad first free shot, really, which is case in point to what we were just talking about.
Yeah, an error for both players at the start of this, frame number 17. I remember, obviously, when I started playing years and years and years ago with the old EPA rules, and you ever have a frame of them, you still go back into them, you still realise what to do because it's ingrained in you.
Yeah.
And if you've been playing these from a young age, you've just got a good advantage how to use that first shot.
Yeah, such a big thing.
And another miss. So frame number 17, a catalogue of errors so far. 2 for Craig Lakin, 1 for Mikey Tomlinson. It's okay, still left himself choices.
Yeah, I think just drop this in, take the one across the bottom cushion and try and leave the one below the black to left middle. Just work your way up the table, I think. Looks a little off straight, really, to play that shot. He might have to reroute again.
Yeah, don't feel he can play onto any other ball apart from the one at the top of the table now. I mean, he feels that as well. You can see him just cueing to the centre of the cue ball, or just below the centre. Good pot. And a chance to get back into prime position now.
Just going to screw and leave this a bit longer.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's touch overdone, but he's all right, I think.
We should just get into this cue ball.
Yeah, he's got to catch this quite sweet.
Oh, is he going forwards?
Topping it through. That looks a little dangerous to me. Yeah, he's got
because he was always going into the red.
Yeah, when he put that extra pace into the cue ball, it throws off more, and it was always catching the red there.
Yeah, a little bit fuller on the red would have left him no shot, but as it turns out, he's absolutely fine.
I don't think the toilet break did either on any good there, Dave, did it? They both came back and made 2 or 3 mistakes there.
Absolutely. Yeah, hardly a clinic, but it goes Mikey's way. He's back in front 9-8.
Just not really doing enough to keep the crowd going, is he, Craig, at the moment? They're getting into it on occasions, but he's throwing mistakes in, and the crowd have just gone a bit quiet again.
Enjoy every frame of pool, but I will say this match needs the break at 20. I did say he usually comes at 25, but I'm happy it's coming at 20 because I do feel that one of these players will start to up, and once one does,
it brings the other along, doesn't it?
The other along.
Yeah, I think it's been entertaining because you're not sure when the mistakes are coming. It's obviously great to see if it was 9-8 and there'd been sort of 14 or 15 dishes, we'd all be raving about it. But I think different sort of pool can be good to watch as well, can't it?
Yeah, both players hoping to run away with the match early doors, as you always do it at the start of any money match, but it's not transpired for either. It's just more cat and mouse at the minute. Yeah. Different technique on the break, Craig, but it's same result.
He queued up to that so long and so many times, and he was like, he must have been about 3 mil off the cue ball on every stroke there. Like, I think if I broke like that, I'd be feathering the white.
Fouling.
Yeah.
And this is a very good opportunity, you have to say. Yes, he's going to play a plant, which he's going to be playing next. But besides that, every other yellow, although they look tied up, does have a pocket.
Yeah, he'd be more than happy with this opportunity. Maybe just drag this, try and play the one he hits next. This is actually just screwed out to leave one to the middle.
Just looking over to Craig while he's sat in his chair. I think the good news is he certainly doesn't look despondent. He still looks quite focused and ready.
He seems still with it. He seems fine.
A race to 25 is an awful long way to go. Taking these well up to now. I think he would have ideally liked to have been on the one next to the 8 ball here.
Yeah, I think he can just pinch it back an inch or so maybe. Just leave himself as straight as he can and just run through.
Yeah, he's just slightly the wrong way. He's got to place almost dead weight.
Yeah,
is this okay, or is he going to have to screw off the bottom cushion? Can he push through?
Great, is it? I think he should have maybe tried a little soft screw there to try and get himself straight. Probably throw a bit of right hand side on this to keep the white as straight as he can. Doesn't push off as much to the left if he gets a bit of right on this.
Well, in fact, he used the red. But he can't drop this in.
I think he wanted to knock the red away there, so the black went in that pocket.
This is a little bit awkward, because he needs the cue ball over the left-hand side of the table. Unless he plays for it in the left centre. Yeah, he's just sort of left. See, that's the shot I thought he was going to play, but harder, and then play it into the left centre.
Yeah, not really sure what he played there, to be honest. I don't know if he was trying to just hold it and take the cut to the bottom right, and he's gone a bit too far, or play your shot and come.
Is he going to make the most of the chance left to him by Craig Lakin? He is. I thought for a minute that chance was going to evaporate for Mikey, but he has potted the 8 ball.
He is a great potter, Mikey. If he's got a shot at 99 times out of 100, he's going to knock it in. That was a reverse dish, was it?
I'll give you the stat board in a minute if you carry on. if you sat in Mikey's seat now, you're just thinking, this is my chance to pull away. If I can get one of the last
bounce,
two.
And he was 8-7 down. He's won the last 3. So.
Yeah, so I'd be almost viewing the next 2 as sort of like a free opportunity. Let your arm go a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to be at 10-all. That's the worst I can be at. If I get 1, great. If I get 2, perfect. First hurdle, though, is getting one off the break. Hit that perfect again.
You're dropping. Oh, I thought that might just drop in the middle of that red, but no.
His contact with the front ball is actually better than Craig, but he's not injecting the power through the pack.
Yeah, he's not quite getting the follow, no.
And I think that's why we've seen more dry breaks from Mikey than we have from Craig.
These reds aren't bad, actually. They're just a little... The 2 on the right-hand side do both go if he can land, but he's playing into him, I think. No, he's not. Oh, this could come wrong. Probably got a shot, but could have been a lot better.
One thing that you can say, and all pool players are always aware of it, is he'll know his break's not working. Yet you've got to take comfort in the fact you're 10-8 up.
You have, and most players do have second and third options on the break, so whether there's something out there he'll try later on in the match, other breaks that he's got, we'll have to wait and see. So
does he use the cut break ever? Does he?
I've never seen Mikey cut break, I don't think, no.
Key shot coming up. He's okay here though. You can just get into the cue ball and screw over to the left hand side of the table.
Yeah, he can land on either red next here really. Can leave a cut to top left and spin it round, or he can land straight on the one more open.
He just felt it was key. He didn't make contact with any other yellow with the cue ball, which he didn't. And if he's straight on this red, that would be absolutely perfect. Yeah, he is very straight. So you can just run. Well, he's chosen to hold. I thought he was going to run through.
Yeah,
Gaz, did you?
Does bring more yellows into play playing it this way.
It just means he has to go round off 2 cushions, and he's waiting and waiting.
I think he's having another swerve here.
I don't think he's on this 8 ball.
Like you say, Dave, if he'd have run through the previous one, he wouldn't have had that same issue.
Yeah, well, I leave this to you guys. I don't usually like criticising top players because I'm certainly not one, but it just seemed that if he left the ball there, he was always going to have to play this shot.
Yeah. To be honest, I think he could have gone the last 2 reds the opposite way round, play the shot he's just played, and he'd have had the drop in red to middle and then the easy black. He didn't really look at that, but that was an option 2 shots ago. Biggest
shot in the match so far, you feel? He'll almost certainly guarantee he'll go in with a deficit into the break. No. It's not to be this time. That was an enormous swerve.
Just didn't grip on him at all, that one. Hit it a bit hard.
Yeah, he's not happy as he sits down, shaking his head, as you would do. And you just make things so easy for your opponent.
Yeah, and Mikey's done nothing really special to grab this 3-frame lead he's going to have, so he's just taking the chances when they come, the majority of them. Suddenly becomes a big frame the next one, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. One thing I will say though is, I haven't watched a Mikey. I haven't watched a lot. Is this going to get there? Wow. Yeah. I haven't watched a lot of Mikey. I feel that you will probably know his game better than I do. But he seems quite a steady shit.
Yeah.
Whereas Craig isn't, and he never has been, nor should he ever will be.
No.
He's got more gears, and he will have all the motivation he needs after the break, because this place is already probably, 150 people in here already, and after the break there's probably going to be north of 250 people in here, and that's an awful lot of encouragement when you're behind in a cash game.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Definitely.
Will that affect Mikey? I don't know. You'd rather be in front than behind, but it will affect Craig. It will get him going. 11-8 though after 19. Just one more to play before a short interval.
I think it's less of a lead in a game like this where people are getting chances in most frames. If it was a dish fest, a 3 or 4 frame lead's massive in it, because
absolutely
you don't get the opportunities to claw it back. But the majority of frames are both players are getting to the table, so you've just got to up your level a little bit to get back into it.
Big frame for Craig. The good news is he's got the break. Look at that, I know what you mean. Goes close to that cue ball.
Oh, is it that sweet? Screwed straight back, deserves one. It's not going to get one.
Isn't going to get one.
I know, yeah, I don't see many people breaking like that. You just could easily just touch the white on one of those feathers.
Don't think you can teach that in your tuition, Gaz.
I definitely will.
Natural talent, that. Hand-eye coordination at its finest. That said, it's not left an easy opportunity for Mikey here. Wow. I say that. If he can find a pot.
He's got 2 thin cuts, hasn't he? Either one to middle or one to the bottom right as we look on that screen.
Yeah, I think I prefer the one to middle, I've got to be honest, although it doesn't guarantee position. I feel he's probably got a better opportunity of landing on one if he takes the one he's closest to.
I think he's going to clip the red sort of on the right, isn't he? And just hope, he's got to hope the white lands somewhere nice. He'll certainly take that.
Absolutely.
And sort of overcut it slightly and pot it on the near side of the pocket just to get a better cue ball.
What looked like an awkward table, he's turned into a decent opportunity just after one shot.
Yep.
Are we now looking at 12-8? Look at this. One problem ball out, one thin cut potted. And he's got a chance, and he'll know the importance of this. You've got to remember it's a 4-frame gap, but not only that, he breaks first when they come back.
Yep.
After the break.
The last frame before an interval is always a big frame as well. It's sort of what you remember about the. I think he might thinking he's got another little kick there. So he's going to try and come out and come down to the one below the black, I think, and then go back up. Just come out just sort of past the middle of the table. He's going to try to come twice. Yeah,
if he lands on it to the bottom pot, right. Well, that's not perfect. He's got to play onto the side cushion and back out again and find the gap between the 2 reds, has he?
He has, and then it's going to be trickier to get on the black then. He might have to leave the black long because whether he'll be able to leave it thick enough to screw behind the black for the same pocket, I'm not sure. So
I think if you're in the position Mikey is now, you're just looking to get to the black, aren't you? Yeah. Give yourself a shot on it. That's okay. Yeah, I mean,
I think he drags this in and leaves it long, doesn't he? Maybe it's a reactive table.
He could screw around the back of it, but no, he's going to drop it in. I think that's the right shot.
I'd like to have been touched straighter though. Such a big shot, and it 12-8 or 11-9.
Well, this is up into the pocket where Craig Lakin is sat. So a chance to inflict an awful lot of pain in frame number 20. He's missed it,
hasn't he?
Surely. Drifted in. Yeah. Wow. And I think Craig would have been sat there thinking he'd missed that. I certainly thought he'd missed it.
Certainly on its travel, I thought that was just slightly wide, but it's a big frame to win.
So it's going to be 12-8 going into the break. Craig Lakin with it all to do. Join us in around 20 minutes when we'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. A little bit earlier than anticipated. Both players happy with just 10 minutes. We want to get back on with it. I think from both players' point of view, Michael Tomlinson be very, very happy with his last few frames work before the break, and Craig not the kind of player that will dwell on being 4 behind, and certainly doesn't want to spend any more time dwelling on it. Just wants to get back out there and back on it, Gaz.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and looks like Mikey's given that break a bit extra there. I just had a little chat with him, and he wasn't happy with his break. Does he go for the double on the yellow first shot? If he does, I think they're all on. So, does he just take yellows and try and move it later on? I think the double straight away is the shot, to be honest, though. Yeah,
why not? And from what we've seen, both of these like to go full-hearted at the frame, even if it is a double for the first shot. And it looks quite well set, this. Certainly back yourself to get it. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. And as expected, it is quite a little bit busier in here, but he has missed the double. Just what Craig Lakin will have been looking for, an early opportunity after the break.
That's another thing he's just said to me when I just saw him at the bar just now. He said the table's playing slide. He did get 2 or 3 doubles early on, but then he missed a couple by a mile as well. So I think he's overcompensated there, thinking it'd slide a bit more.
This looks loose, needs a favourable kiss and hasn't got one.
Is it a plant? Is it those 2 yellows plants, the bottom left?
We're going to have a look, I think. It looks very close, actually, Gaz. Well, from that angle, it looks like it's set on, which would be very helpful.
Is he this camera angle, can he play safe?
Oh, he's playing the one at the bottom of the table. Wow.
Yeah,
that's superb.
Great shot. He had to sort of semi pinch that round a little bit with loads of right-hand side.
Yeah, I was just saying, took the words out of my mouth. Yeah. Back in prime position, nearly. Wouldn't mind if that drops. You almost feel, Gaz, though, that this is how... Wow, I can't believe he's gone that way, can you?
Never play him that way, no. He's clip on the red there and he's done.
Heart in mouth, even stop talking for a second, usually takes a lot. But what I was going to say was, if this white ball stays on the table, which it does, I think Craig's just probably had a word with himself in the break and thought, maybe just stop trying to be so meticulous. It's not in his nature. He's just going to play off instinct. He's going to accept he's going to play rash shots and maybe go in what you would consider the wrong order. You see how I worded that? Not we, just you. Certainly with that a great example in that last, penultimate colour. And just throw caution to the wind and just see if he can do the damage that way.
Sometimes just going back to your natural instincts is the way forward, isn't it? You can actually just play how you've played since you were a kid and just let your arm go. What's the worst that can happen? He can lose a few quid and his mates lose a few quid and they've lost the pool match. They'll still have a drink tonight and wake up in the morning, won't they? So it's one of them. I know it is big for everyone and everyone likes to make a few quid at the game, and that's why this place is full as it is, but there's no need to be. It's not life and death, is it?
Yeah, he's just got a little bit more spring in his step, Craig. Just looking at him now. And it's hellishly noisy in here, you can probably hear. Cue ball is lost though. The harder he tries to get more than 2 opportunities in a row, the more it seems he gives his opponent just that.
Certainly has gone up the volume in here.
Yeah. And that's got to be to his favour.
Definitely. Again, not a brilliant free shot that Michael played there. He's left the yellows a little, certainly not left them gimmies. No,
but if the yellow that he's sort of closest to now, well, he's moving it anyway. That's okay. Put this into the right centre, send the cue ball up the table, or we can choose to hold on the other yellow at the bottom of the table. Well, he's certainly got the pace of the cloth, Mikey. That's a couple of shots that he's played in that manner. Absolutely dead weight. Spoke to him outside very briefly. Certainly was quite pleased with his afternoon's work so far.
Yeah.
And also quite calm and measured, which I suppose you'd have to be playing for this much money in the middle.
Yeah, this is it. You can't have too many ups and downs emotionally. You've got to try and stay on some sort of level playing field just to.
Left himself a bit of a shot to play here. Just a guarantee position.
I think he might have to take the more tricky pot first with a bit of right hand side to check through the gap.
Yeah, if he takes the obvious ball, it's sort of fraught with danger. I think he is going to take this one.
Oh,
wow!
Got that completely wrong. I don't know if he's slightly miscued that or.
The pattern from the first half is continuing into the second half of the game. I'm not sure he's got a double on or a treble here. I'm not sure what he's going to play.
Maybe off the cushion first and try and knock it in the middle.
There we go. Yeah, that's the only shot he's got on. If he does play that, he's virtually guaranteed a shot on the 8. Wow, he did play. Wow. Look at that. Superb.
Oh my.
Sure, we're going to see that one again. He's got to follow it up with a decent 8 ball, though.
Can he make the most of that?
That was excellent.
Certainly not enough in the left middle. If it's hard enough, could be close right middle.
But he's missed the 8 ball. And if these two at the bottom of the table are a plant, look at this again. Well, he did hold his hand up, so maybe he didn't play it.
No, maybe he didn't quite.
It's not often you don't spot a shot, Gaz.
No, I definitely didn't spot that one.
See, I'm putting all the onus on you for not spotting it.
I think it's 2 reds plant here, so that'll make the finish a lot easier than it could have been if they didn't go, because the black's covering their obvious pocket.
I feel this is a big moment in this match. I really do. They're not a certainty, these. But there's certainly a probability. It's okay, how's his angle here? Well, he's going to leave some distance between the cue ball and his last red.
Yeah, he's gone 3 cushions.
Superb. That is superb. And you can't be much better on it than this. Especially for a right-hander. There we go. Fist pump on the table as well, showing a bit of emotion, and he just needs this, doesn't he? I think my fist was in my mouth, certainly, because that last red touched the side cushion quite early, did it not?
I always thought it was in, but I played on some pool tables in the past that it wouldn't have gone in on, definitely.
Absolutely not. A reminiscent of his 8 ball that was missed early on in the match.
Big needed after the break there. He's got 2 back, so.
Yeah, and it's not just the 2 that he's got back, it's the manner in which he's got them as well.
Yeah, Mike's had he missed the double, didn't he, off his own break first shot that would have opened up the clearance. And this frame just now, Craig's getting off the break, so he's had first chance in both frames. 14-8 would have been massive, wouldn't it?
Yet again, it's looking like another dry break.
Go, Craig!
One thing's for sure, Gaz, if Craig Lakin is going to come back and win this match, it seems like he is going to get the chances. Even if it's not from Mikey's mistakes, it's going to be from dry breaks.
Yeah, it's been a strange match breaks-wise, really. There's been some big ones and been some real messy ones. Was that a sort of half-hearted attempt, thinking, oh, maybe you're better having a go at these than me? I'm not sure. He didn't really seem to put much into that, did he?
Well, I think it's the key to success at the game, isn't it? Weighing up the table is such a massive part of it.
Yeah.
Weighing it up and then just thinking, shall I turn it over and let them have a go? Especially if you're convinced your opponent is going to have a go at them.
Yeah.
I think because of that, because both players have been taking first opportunity, whether it's 20% or 70%, that's why it's seesawed one way then the other.
Yeah.
Nobody's really pulled away. The biggest gap we had was just before the interval.
Yeah, there's definitely no gimmies on this finish. He's going to need a bit of a look when he plays his cannon.
It's not ideal.
I don't think he's on anything, to be honest, is he?
Yellow, red, yellow was the only shot I can see. The yellow is closest to onto the red and yellow over the bottom left-hand pocket.
Sort of a little bit jabby, and can you play it at the power you need to do much damage in the corner? I'm not sure.
It's not nice.
Yeah.
And I can't see much else on. Well, if he can get through to this one.
I think he's cutting it. He's cutting it sort of just to play a little safety.
Okay. Quite sensible, that you feel.
There are balls that go in down this left-hand side off the cushion and the yellow, though, that could open things up for Craig if he's feeling ultra-attacking. But I don't think it's the time to go for these when he's just got two back, to be honest. Mike's not really started that well after the interval.
Is he going to play this long red and use the side cushion and the yellow?
It's either that or cover, isn't it? He's got if he's all out. Oh, I think he's queuing like he's going to cover. His bridge seems a little bit of a touch shot. Yeah.
Wants it to stay up, and it has done.
Left a cut across with the yellow though, just below the black spot, that can do some damage in this corner. Might put some power into this.
He's not sank the red.
I think
Craig knew he was going to leave him that shot though as well.
Yeah. Certainly massive favourite now for this frame, Craig, to get it back within one.
Interestingly, Craig was staying stood up.
Oh, was he?
When going back to his seat, yeah. I always take note of body language around the players because it does tell you an awful lot, and it just feels like anything to keep himself up and going, get in that frame of mind.
You've got to keep the energy levels and the alertness up in such a long match as well, the first to 25. You can easily, I know I'm bad for that, let my mind wander, watching other tables, looking around the room. It's so easily done.
I think his plan here was probably to play the plant onto the middle.
Yeah, it's definitely not gone to plan.
As it stands, I think he may just have to touch up. And he's not played that particularly well. That said,
it's a little loose, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah, I mean, what it's done is it's just opened the door a little bit for Mikey here. He can obviously get through to the yellow that goes top right and then possibly leave himself an angle. Is it high tariff? Definitely.
Yeah, because you're going into him from an angle with not much pace. Where can they actually go? It is tough.
The problem I see is here, Gaz, is I can't see much better option than attack. Do you know what I mean?
I think that is probably the shot, but run it through a bit further and use the cushion to go into the yellows. If you go into the yellows straight on, I can't see him coming out. But if he can leave it maybe a touch thinner, go into him off the cushion with a bit of side, they might spin out.
I think you consider yourself unfortunate not to land on one.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like he's going to play this, but I don't like the safety option. Craig's got so many balls around that one problem ball. Yeah, well, he didn't mean to pot this, did he?
How's his angles here? Oh.
I'm not sure he played that.
No, he didn't play it, but he's not landed. So No harm done for Craig, really.
That is the second most spectacular shot I've ever seen after his first one only a few frames ago.
Yeah.
So back to safety. Something a bit special that was. Will Craig be tempted? Can only really pot the one that's over the pocket here.
Yeah, I think he'd be leaving that one.
And then leave an angle on the one across the bottom cushion to get into his problem one. But it's risk again.
I think if it had been a different style match and it was like everyone was taking every chance, I think it might go for these. But the way the match has gone, I don't think you really need to be taking these sort of risks when you got control.
Yeah.
So he's played the right shot.
Right choice.
He'd have liked that red to have covered the black as well. That would have been an extra little bonus, but he's still in complete control, really.
I think he'll be certainly out, and he's staying stood up again. It's worth noting that he's probably thinking, I'm going game next visit. So if you don't clear up, I'm clearing up, because there's nowhere here on the table Michael can't leave him a go at something.
No.
So Michael's forced him to going game here. Wow, can he even see enough of this yellow?
I think he can just.
Can he see enough of any yellow? Might not have any shot here. There you go, he's taking a close look. The outside one or the near one? Looks like the near one to me. Great shot. Great bit of cueing. Used the jaw in the middle pocket.
Yeah, it's been a little unlucky. It could have been kind of that. If Jordan come across or just Jordan died and left him the cut across to the right middle, he might have had a shot. But he's nothing again now, really. Another safety.
Yeah,
this is dangerous, this. Yeah, that's pretty much all he could do without risking the in off. But
is now the time for Craig Lakin, do you feel, Gaz? Or will he play another containing shot? I mean,
I think if he plays the one by the black, he could leave a cut, couldn't he? And with him an angle to go up and down and split them out. So that's not ideal.
And if he plays the one on the bottom cushion, he'll leave maybe a chance of a double. So choosing to play the plant.
I think he was just getting his white better to play a safety on the next shot, really, there. I don't think he was ever going game there.
How much?
Yeah, it's good thinking by Craig, that.
How much of this yellow can he see? That's the question. Not enough is the answer.
No.
So, very much so the correct shot for Craig. Oh, wow.
Spotted another one.
Look at this.
Is he going to be left? No, he's behind the black
he's
here.
He's going to have no shot again.
It's back where he was, pretty much.
Yeah, but he can't see enough of this yellow.
No, it's not big treble.
Three times across. Close. Well, you have to say, Gaz, he's worked hard for this opportunity in frame number 23, hasn't he?
He's a bit worried for a second there.
He was.
There's been a lot happening since this interval, hasn't there? Trick shots, all sorts of things going in.
It's always the risk you take, though, when you're playing a containing shot, and you leave your opponent no other option than to just swing his cue at the block. Oh, no. Well, it's not the end of the world. Yes, he's left Mikey in here, but he's going to have to manoeuvre this cue ball. He's going to have to do some travelling in order to give himself a decent chance of potting the 8.
Unless he just screw across with a bit of right-hand side to try and get straight on a skill shot, I think. That red's right in the pocket. If he gets reasonably straight, it's not a bad skill shot at all.
Took the words out of my mouth now.
He's cutting this to the right corner, I think, to try and bring the white round.
Wow. Best shot of the match so far for Mikey Tomlinson, and he's been rewarded. He's had a look at this 8 into the centre. It's a little bit thin.
Yeah, it's controllable though, isn't it? Just a little soft screw. I usually put a bit of left on these just to help the potting angle. Looks like he is as well. Didn't
Best
soft screw it, but
of the
still got
match
it.
so far. Superb, and that's got to hurt. I think that much so Craig Lakin has left the arena.
That's the first time we've heard Mikey's crowd really that time, isn't it? They know how big a frame that was.
Just keeping him at bay at the minute. I think
bad miss on that red by Craig though, wasn't it?
It was. But we've seen it from both players, but that one just felt bigger because they'd exchanged safety shots.
Yeah.
And it just seems to
Mikey
carry more weight.
was chasing the frame the whole way, wasn't he? You always felt that he couldn't really win the frame bar the odd fluke or a bit of luck. And
in Craig's mind, he's chosen to play containing shots and make sure of the frame. Just about got his opportunity, and I say just about because he nearly got there just before the visit before.
Yeah, he did.
And then he's had it taken away from him, and it's just got to hurt. It really has.
There must be at least 4 or 5 of those that Craig's had where he's worked hard. Mikey's missed his chance and he's got open balls and not got the finish. It's not like he's missing first visit finishes, is it? He's missing opportunities when there's no other balls on the table, which is like at this level, it's just something he can't be doing.
Adding to the frustration of Craig Lakin, can he do anything to turn it around? He has made headway after the interval. You just feel that frame could be a defining moment.
Stop him in his tracks a bit. It's going to be a painful one.
I think we're going to see Craig throw all caution to the wind now. He's visibly frustrated. You can see he don't leave the arena so soon after an interval unless you're frustrated.
The cue was almost thrown on the table there, wasn't
it? It was, I need to get out. I need 30 seconds. Interestingly, I'm not sure if Mikey's back in the arena yet. Craig's getting ready to break.
No, he's not back yet.
No, he's not back. Wow, Craig is actually getting underway. Oh, he's just back, Mikey. There we go. Oh, he's got his ball.
This looks a great split. This is probably Craig's best split of the match, I think.
This is golden. Yeah. These should be gone.
Just what he needed, really.
Just that yellow in the centre of the table on the blue spot. Was it past to both centre pockets? Just make it a little bit easier.
Oh no.
Things are going from bad to worse for Craig Lakin.
You've got to say it's a little careless, but a bit unlucky as well. You wouldn't think you could hit that ball and it not drop.
Absolutely. And you feel for him, even though that it's only a 3-frame advantage at the minute, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be 4. You can see the anger starting to come out of Craig. He stamped his cue at the end of that, missing that yellow, and it's just not in a good headspace right now.
No, he's not. He's come out after the interval 1-2 frames, cut the gap, and then he's just sort of thrown the next 2 away, really.
Well, there's so much time left. And he has to put things in perspective. Yes, Mikey will be thinking, this is great. I'm going dry more than him. I'm making mistakes and I'm still 4 in front. But by the same token, Craig's got to be thinking, hold on a minute. I'm in second gear here. Third gear tops.
That's
and I'm
the way
4
he's
behind.
Look at it, like you say, Dave. He just, I'm careful.
He's very close to these reds, I'm sure. The referee will have a keen eye. He's played it well. Well, he is on the side cushion. Well, we don't see many professional players ever miss these, but it does turn it from a 10 out of 10 to a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that to yourself too often, really. It just makes you go grey when you do that to yourself.
You've had a few then.
30 years of it, mate. No, but like you say, it's that could easily be 12-all now, and the crowd would be up. It's
well, every time Craig,
different atmosphere in the room. Sorry, Dave.
It's all right. Yeah. Every time they get something to shout about, Craig makes a mistake, and Mikey capitalises and keeps them quiet.
Yep.
The thing is, you just got to tell yourself, we're not at Last Chance Saloon yet. This isn't 24-20.
No.
Oh, it's 14-10. We're only not even halfway there, really.
Exactly, and both players are getting opportunities in most frames, so you've got to look at it. You just need to up your level by 15% or something like that, and someone could run away with this if the other one doesn't up the level as well. So
8 ball goes down, so we will re-rack black ball rules. Pool is a battle that's played between the ears at this level, and it's mainly a battle with yourself, not your opponent.
This is true, yeah, definitely. Because everybody knows how well they can play, and you don't often play at that level that you know you can play. That's the thing. So
I think that's the case with an enormous amount of money games. Certainly at what I would call a level above the elite. Yes, there's no doubt you get games when you get 2 top players. I've commentated on them, and they're just dish fests. They are. But most games below that level, even good players, or sort of county A players, when they play for money, the level drops.
Yeah.
It's just all about who can keep their head the best.
Yeah, it's playing to it as close to your best level as you can.
So will Mikey open the door for Craig in frame number 25 as we do approach the halfway mark, if all frames are played. Yet again, the Yorkshireman's wallet is dry.
Yeah, he threw his body at that one. It was a pretty good strike. Nice open spread of balls.
It's the hardest thing in the world as well, because you find if you're playing on a table and it's just constantly not making a ball, what you should actually do is probably take some off.
Yeah.
But every embryo in your body just wants to give 120% to it.
It's something that doesn't go through your mind,
No.
though. Yeah.
Oh, another mistake by Mr. Lakin. Unforced errors coming thick and fast from the Derby man.
Missed that by quite a way, didn't he? He's just tied that bottom yellow up a little bit, so that's going to need moving. But he's actually at the same shot. He's putting yellow over the middle, so as long as he can nudge into it, it'll be on the ball over the middle. So
yeah, these are quite well laid out, really, for yellers.
Yeah, I think I'd take the one just this side of the baud line, just a little soft screw, and then try and leave the cut to top left and just nudge it across, and you've got your left yellow over the left middle to continue the visit, and that should be plain sailing then. But he obviously didn't like that one first shot. Another loose one, that one this time from Mike. Didn't really like that route, to be honest. I don't think he was gaining much by starting at this end.
Left himself only a choice of one. And that again has gone wrong, but I think he's okay this time. He can pop the one over the centre pocket.
But he wanted that there for when he does his splits. He's just gone the wrong way. He could actually play the plant here, the one he's closest to, cut the plant and nudge into the red and yellow. But he's not playing that, so...
Shot selection becoming more and more difficult for you at the moment, hasn't it?
No, it's for them, not me.
Here we go then, key shot coming up. Should be on the yellow in the towards the centre of the table, but wow, this is very thin.
Yeah, it is a little thin. It's a stretch as well. Doesn't look too bad from the above angle, does it? It looks controllable.
No, but you're a long way away from it.
Yeah. Got to be close to that red underneath his body as well.
Extension may be going on the cue. It's quite a tall lad. It's just under 6 foot, looks to me.
Wonder if he can control it enough to sort of dab it with a little bit of bottom and left hand side to get on the one on the side cushion next, or it's just going to literally cut it in and hope he lands. It depends how thin it is. You can't tell on the camera.
That'd help the potting as well.
Yeah.
Extension is on the cue. Back him to get this, but it's all about the cue ball. Doesn't want to bring the left hand pocket into play.
I think it was the stretcher more than anything there, wasn't it? He just couldn't really control the cueing.
It was always on though, wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
always on. Craig just using his open shot to promote a red up the table, as we've just seen a replay. There you go, he's just nudged it down the bottom of the table.
This is a bit weak as well.
It just doesn't seem to be able to get going.
Yeah, he could have been another 2 foot there and have been fine.
This is thin, this. Can he avoid the 8 ball as well? That's fraught with danger if he's going into the 8. And he knows it, look. I've got to be honest, I think it might be time to shut up shop here. Can he find a safety?
It is pretty skinny, isn't it? As he's playing it. He's definitely going into the 8, I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, that was just... he knew and we knew. It was just too dangerous. I'm not saying there was a simple safety shot on for him, but...
Yeah, just take your time and sit back and work something out there while you got... It's amazing that Mike's gone in off two shots ago and now he's come back to the table with a simple little finish. It's...
He's missed this. Well, set it up. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
You're forgetting what rules we're playing for a set.
We did for a set there, yeah. All right.
There is a lot of different sets of rules out there now.
I knew you'd capitalise on my mistake. You can't do 5 hours without making one.
This is true. Even he's pretty loose, really. He's just he's not going to leave a gimme black now. I think he's going to have to leave a longish black to corner.
Yeah, but from what we've seen so far, if it's a single ball pot with his hand on the table, he's 100 out of 100.
Stand there the rest of his life and probably not miss it. But he just from the position he had, he shouldn't be having to take that.
Frustrations are mounting in the Craig Lakin camp. Added to only by the fact he's getting the chances and not making the most of them.
Yeah, that was very loose, that one. He could have been way further down the table and had plenty of options there to leave that thin cut.
And I've just seen that obviously his good lady is behind him and his good friend, who I won't mention because he's just offered him a Jaeger bomb and he refused it.
Professional till the end.
Well, I think with Craig, he's a field player, he's a touch player.
Yeah.
And if he thinks he can improve his mindset by a little injection of alcohol, why not? But he did refuse it. He did refuse it.
I think he is on the pints now, though. He's just trying to relax himself a little bit.
Deep breaths and a measured approach because there isn't a lot between these two players at the moment. There really isn't.
No, that's a good point. It's not. No one's really completely outplaying anyone.
Just about keeps the cue ball on the table. There was an awful lot of power in that break, but not a lot of control.
Not a bad little layout though, really. Just one bad yellow that he can. I think he can sort of leave an angle on quite early to develop that.
I think he'd quite like to push through on this yellow to the right centre and leave the right angle, Gaz.
Yeah.
But whether he can or not, well, that's what he's tried. And if he can't, he certainly can off the next one. And you can't see it going wrong because he's got a ball over each pocket, top and bottom. So just make sure here. That must be okay.
Looks a little straight, doesn't it? Maybe he can pinch slightly, but yeah,
that's okay.
That's a better angle.
It's okay, yeah. And it was always going to be on choice. Now just the 8 ball.
I think he might screw into it now, off the one to the bottom right corner. Like to sort of screw into the red half ball, really, just knock the red away.
Perfect. Yeah. That's absolutely perfect. Still got to transition twice, though. It's not in the bag, this frame. That's a great shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot. A couple of those shots he's played badly and he's moving from one end of the table to the other, so it's finally got that one nice.
Absolutely right. He's just played with a lot more conviction.
And again,
yeah. And these were the shots where he was finishing short.
Yeah, he's got 2 or 3 of those wrong in the match, hasn't he? And he's played those 2 perfect.
Craig Lakin has started accelerating through the cue ball, and that can only be a good sign for his fans, but he still trails by 4. It's 15-11.
Nice clearance that. They were there. He's left his right angles at the right times and played it well.
There was just a big difference in his cue action there.
He looked more positive, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just seemed more positive around the table and the way he was striking the ball. Checking his watch. He wants to have somewhere to get to.
Not only does he want to win, but he wants to win before 7 o'clock. Where he is now, he'd probably take 25-24.
I'm sure he would.
Done for 9:30.
Yeah. Wonder if Mikey will ever thought about changing his break at all. He's pretty much stuck with plan A, hasn't he?
Well, what was the conversation between you two at the bar when you mentioned it to him?
He's just said he was happy with the first two, and he's not felt like he's hit a good one since, really. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. He's staying down the middle. And that's one of his worst ones.
Yeah, accuracy doesn't seem to be a problem. It's just timing with him.
Yeah, he's got a ball there, so maybe he can work something out. But you don't like to see breaks like that. It doesn't feel good when they come out like that.
Cue ball straight up and down the middle of the table.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
so
can't argue with
precise.
that. Yeah, definitely.
But he's just not getting that explosion. He's not getting that venom through the pack, and it's resulting in usually either a dry break or an awkward opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, if he plants red onto yellow, tries to slide across the top of the other. No, so this yellow goes, does it? So he's going to nudge the red away. Only leaves him with one bad ball, Dave. So it's doable, isn't it?
Absolutely. Will he be tempted here? Surely not.
No, I don't think it's on really. I think if he played it with top and left, he'd miss it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I think on a slidey table he wouldn't get enough on it.
But it pretty much does guarantee him a shot on another ball. It'd be very unfortunate to be not on one of the yellows. He is going to play it.
Yeah,
What's the top and left hand side?
Yeah, I didn't think it was quite. He cued it quite well, to be fair. But
disagree with Gazzy, but at your own peril, it seems.
Can he take the one long and just screw into the black, or is it just a bit off straight?
Yeah, I think it's just off the wrong way. I think, just like you said in the previous, I think he'll just miss the black.
Yeah.
And also, he's almost certainly, if he is making contact, he's making contact with the wrong side of the 8 to, guarantee a shot.
Yeah.
He should be on the one he kisses, but I don't feel it's worth the risk. But he's having a look at it. Can pinch a bit on these pockets.
Maybe he's thinking of screwing to the red. No, he's gone long.
And this looks a little bit straight. So we're getting a little bit late on in the finish to be thinking about getting problem balls out.
Yeah, this isn't easy now.
He may feel tempted to attack off the one to the centre. It's not easy, but there was no angle there, so it's going to be 2 cushions, is it?
I think he's overdone that, to be honest. I'm not sure if is he screwing straight in. No.
Didn't look on to me,
no,
that shot.
I don't think any. I think it was the shot before, but then he didn't really slow himself down. I think he just thought, oh.
And he's actually potted the 8 ball out of turn, thrown his cue at it, and Craig Lakin is leaving the arena once again. We are back. Craig Lakin is back. And he's won the last one. A little bit of good fortune, you have to say. A lot more measured in the break.
Yeah, he took a bit of pace off that, didn't he?
Went for accuracy. Both players struggling with this table on breaking, it has to be said. Craig probably came in this afternoon when he hit 5 practice breaks and creamed everyone. Thought this is going to be a doddle, but match starts and everything's changed.
To be honest, I think they're both sort of in a frame of mind that they're not sure they want to be going for it. They're not sure they want to be potting. I think they're sometimes better having second and third chance in this match, aren't they? So it's not a dish fest at all. And sometimes you think to yourself, oh, I'd rather go dry and let them go because they're making mistakes. Pretty good first shot from Mike there.
Yeah, but like you said, Gaz, every time you come to the table, there's problems. There's never a clear-cut finish to the line, run to the line. There's always a problem, and just like the last frame, Mikey didn't manage to get to it till the last ball. Had to play a, what I would call a 1 in 10 shot. It didn't work out. He's thrown his cue and given the frame away.
Yeah.
Which, as long as he's okay with that, as long as he won't let him wind him up, and he certainly strikes me as someone who wouldn't let it wind him up.
No, I don't think so, no. To be fair, he potted one of each on his first shot there and had the choice, and I'd have been tempted with the yellows, to be honest, but he must fancy these reds. It's all to do with this shot, really, if this comes through nicely.
Just tied that red up. Does it pass to the centre? Just so difficult to tell.
This is a shot that you'd like to give a bit of pace to play it cushion and then ball and then obviously drop in, but because of where he needs the white to stay, he's got to play it fairly slow now, which means it's going to hang, unfortunately, for Mike.
Craig with a very obvious safety here, just going to trickle up to this yellow at the bottom left. Would like to cut off the one cushion escape if he can.
Yeah, I don't think he liked the angle because of the possibility of potting the red, but it's not a great shot, is it? It's a simple little escape for Mike, really, to put Craig in trouble.
Would you have come down the bottom left?
I think they'll look to safer shot, just play it quite thin on the left-hand side and bounce the white back up into the 2 yellows.
And this is almost certainly going to open up both reds for Mikey, which it has done, and now all the pressure is back on Craig.
He didn't really put a lot of thought into that last safety. All he can do is now try and hopefully get a bit of cover.
Which he has done.
Good shot.
Is there a gap for the cue ball? Even if there is, I can't see Mikey taking a pot on here. If he could cue at this without bridging over the yellow, the natural might take him close up and down, but it looks like he's heading more towards the corner pocket.
Yeah, I think so. If he leaves the white, no, he played a little safety. Probably the right idea. Good shot, actually. He's not left Craig much. He'll have to play the one on the right hand side, I think, and try and get a snooker. Leave the balls in line.
I think this is probably what the match needs at the moment, though. A little bit of a tactical battle.
Could get them both back sort of more in the pool zone rather than
throwing your cue at everything.
Yeah.
It's a good safety. Unfortunately, in these situations, the player with the significant ball advantage is always going to be in control.
Yeah, he was close to leaving the cut there and the skill shot. That wasn't far off the angle he needed. That's what Craig will be hoping for at some stage, a skill shot opportunity.
Craig with an awful lot more options than Mikey.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, there's other sets of rules where the reds are massive favourites, but in these rules, yellows are favourites, aren't they?
Heavy.
In fact, he's going now, he's left in the angle.
Yeah. That's okay. He's on this one to the opposite corner pocket. Now, do you like clearing these 3 at the bottom, or would you go up now, Gaz?
You
like going up now?
Yeah,
obviously.
I'd
Of course
go
you
up
do.
now.
Of course.
Yeah.
This looks a little bit off angle to me. Plenty of side on the cue ball. Just letting his opponent know he's still feeling good out there. You don't play shots like that to the centre pocket unless you're very confident. Oh, spoke too soon. Talk about that curse.
Just deceleration again, a little bit lazy.
Now, these are easier to play. He's going to play it with side, off the side cushion, and they're easier to play with 2 cushions.
Actually, Dave, I think if he could just take his medicine, he's played a bad shot, but if he touches up, just leaves the white on the left-hand side, gets the yellow into play a little.
Yeah, it just comes off the left-hand side of the yellow as we look at it. Yeah, I like that, Gaz. Do I think he's going to do that? I'm not sure. Yeah, because he can cover the red to the centre, no problem.
No, he's
going across.
No.
2 cushions, right-hand side. Has he got the cover? I think he has.
I think he has, yeah.
What do you do here if you're Mikey? You've got to find a safety shot.
Yeah, I think he'd try and get the white up. No,
he can see it.
He can just touch it to leave the white behind the black, mate.
He can see it.
Wow.
A big mistake.
That camera angle was misleading, wasn't it?
Very. Constantly catching us out. This isn't easy, though. He doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, so just full concentration on the pot, and he'll be back to a 4-frame lead. Lakin is giving chance after chance to his opponent at the moment. He's still within 4.
Yeah, be kicking himself there. Just totally underscrewed that one. Deceleration on his cueing.
Neither player putting on a clinic, it has to be said.
I think it's sometimes when you play on a reactive table, it can catch you out because you think it's going to be so reactive, and shots like that, you don't actually get as much screw as you expected on them. And
yeah, it just almost feels like we're nearly 30 games in, and we're still waiting for the game to unravel a little bit.
Yeah. Well, one of them needs to if one of them up the gear, the other one will just have to follow, or it'll be a walkover. I think.
If you're Mikey at the minute, you're quite happy, obviously.
Yeah, he's getting close. It's only 9 to go now, and he's not really doing much to win a lot of these frames. He'll admit that himself. He knows he's not at his best, and Craig is obviously the same.
There's no shortage of support in his home venue, Craig. The place is pretty much bouncing right now. An awful lot of noise in the background. A lot of support. They cheer for anything they have opportunity to cheer for.
Last 2 breaks been awful, haven't they? Let's hope he gives this a bit more. It's a better strike.
Yeah, much better break. If he gets that break working, it's going to be danger signs for Craig. Because the dry breaks are keeping him in the game, you feel?
Yeah. Plenty to do here, though. It's not come out a gimme finish. Slightly prefer reds on first glance, I think. Even though there's a red above the yellow on the left-hand cushion, I think that's easily worked round. I think he can move that around. Could actually play the red below the black off the yellow first shot, and it'd completely open the reds up, but whether he's feeling brave enough to do it.
Yeah, I like your shot there.
No, he's not played
he's
it.
just putted it straight, so he's left himself that little bit of an issue. But dealt with it the second time.
Well, he'd have liked that to have come away from there or gone in, just to leave that pocket open for his red on the right, so he'll have to play that probably in the middle later on, but it's a good shot.
I think he's okay.
Pretty good result, yeah.
I think he'd be pretty happy. He can just drift this one on, leave the cue ball drift up the table. Well, he's decided to screw it. I thought he was going to go up table for the one at the top into the right centre.
Yeah, maybe he thought he'd just nick the yellow on the way up on the left-hand side there, because Got to mind his work here. It's all about the next 2 shots leaving the right angles. I think the shot to play is the little soft screw just across the face of the yellow and leave it just off straight. Wasn't keen on that.
Yet again, a small mistake. Will it give his opponent a chance?
Skill shot, Dave.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. But it's not quite in the pocket, as we can see there.
No.
You catch any jaw, it won't follow in. Wow, brilliant shot. And this, despite Mike Tomlinson needed another 8 frames if he takes this 8 ball.
That wasn't his best bit of cueing either. He's just potted that in off the left-hand jaw a little and not plumb on the black. It won't be a problem to him, I don't think. But
danger signs for Craig Lakin at the moment. Michael Tomlinson had to pull out a couple of special pots in that finish. But he's earned his 5-frame lead.
He has. That was a nice little skill shot there at the end. Very missable, that was.
Yeah, 0 margin for error. Well, a very slight margin for error as it's gone in off the far jaw, but very good shot indeed. Mikey with a strong foothold in this race to 25.
I think that was that a breaking dish there? That's the first one we've had for a while, wasn't it? I think that was from the break. That.
I stopped writing them down because I thought you had them all in your head now.
Yeah, that's just said that's the first for a while. Sure, Paul's doing it over there with his stats. Did it that break a lot better though, didn't he? That was a lot more like it.
Yeah, and got his reward for it.
Yeah.
Interestingly, just with the 2 players, Mikey's he's sat by obviously people he's brought down with him, but he's not interacting with them at all, whereas Craig is doing. And it's always a personal preference. And you see how close he gets. Good connection. Took a bit off again, like he did the last time he was at the table. Has he made the red in the top right? I think he did. Yeah,
made a couple of reds, I think. Yeah, that's. Even though he did take a bit off, it was still a good strike, wasn't it?
But he's not been rewarded. I mean, he wants yellows, you would think. And he may feel forced into taking reds.
There's not a lot to go at with yellows, is there? There's a very thin cut, maybe. If you go red, you probably play the plant first shot and try and come down into your problem area. So he's playing the cut, see where he lands.
This is how Craig plays. It's what makes him exciting. He's not too bothered about weighing up the odds on a shot. Just give himself a chance and deal with it. I don't think he's got a pot on here. Is there an argument for playing on and off the side cushion and just bringing this cue ball down to the bottom left-hand side of the table?
Yeah, I think the safety's the option. It's just which one he plays, isn't it?
Just like this.
It's a bit loose again, Dave, isn't it? Left him a shot. I think he can take the one to right middle, drop the one in left middle and take a red long, and he's got a great chance. Maybe he's looking at a safety, it's unlike Michael.
He certainly wasn't eyeing up a pot. That's a bottle of chips, that one. Very confusing.
Yeah. Not his best, that's for sure.
I just don't know what the plan was.
I think
he was trying to get in behind the yellow.
I think he was trying to leave it sort of touching the yellow, yeah. Needed left-hand side on it to spin it into it, and nothing really happened.
Still yellow in the middle of the table.
Just created a problem for himself there again. Just looking if it goes long. I'm not sure it does.
Taking it now if it does. Well, he feels it does.
A little bit fortunate if it does go.
The thing is as well, guys, does the one on the boat line pass into the top right? There you go, he clearly does.
Yeah.
So that makes things a tad easier for when he transitions up.
Played that well.
That's okay. Yeah. Nice and straight on this. This surely can't go wrong. I mean, you do feel that over the next sort of 8 frames, Craig has got to win 6-2. We're not playing to 31 as a lot of cash games are. We're only playing to 25. The crowd are going to give him some encouragement, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can sort of get in a mindset where you know you're getting chances and suddenly it's a lot nearer than the end than you're expecting it to be, and it could get to something like 22-17 or something to Mikey, and Craig's thinking in his head, "Oh, it's getting a bit too close to the end, I've blown it," and he's had all these chances. Got to make something happen now, hasn't he?
Don't fancy a walk in a lake in Wonderland? No? Sounds quite fun to me.
Right.
It's just very much in the balance, this match. Hasn't been a high quality encounter, and it's even with a 4 frame gap, you still feel it's anybody's to take.
Yeah, you sort of feel like that even if it went to, say, sort of 23-19, that whoever was on 19 at the time would have a chance, wouldn't you? Because they are getting to the table in most frames, both players.
Oh my days. He must feel like Jimmy Carr chewing on a Weetabix, honestly. It's just so dry all the time. It's just horrendous. Send help. I mean, he parted on the last break, and you made a big deal of it because it was so rare.
It has been a rarity, hasn't it?
Constant. I think that tells you everything about the match you need to know so far. He's leading by 4, very rarely potted off the break.
A little bit of a tactical battle.
For a minute there, I forgot I was watching Black Ball.
I did. It looked like he was queuing up for. Oh, Craig.
Oh no! How has he missed the yellow? He probably didn't think that was on. That's one of them where you come round and you have a look and you go, "Hold on, that didn't pass, did it?"
Yeah, but because he's missed the pot thin, it's brought it into play on it. It's just amazing. How's this going to come out? This comes out nicely on the left. No,
it hasn't done. Well, does this red pass to the bottom left? Maybe we can have a little look.
Looks close. Oh yeah, that goes.
Now, I don't think he can kiss the yellow in a manner that will break out the other red.
No.
He will know better than us. Looks like he's going to hit it too full for me.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Good call. It was... suddenly the yellows are the easier balls. Obviously Mikey's at the table, so he can make something happen on reds.
Nicely struck that. Very well cued.
Just gone down into the red and yellow maybe now.
I know you take it for granted because you come from snooker yourself as well, Gaz, but I love watching a good cue action.
Yeah.
Michael's is very solid.
He is solid, yeah. I think he's a 147 man himself, actually. I'm sure he was playing snooker at a real good level.
Needs one more good one, possibly a double as well, though.
Can he slide past the yellow and land on the red to middle, drop it in the middle, just land somewhere near the 8 ball?
I think he's going to be happy just to leave a double. If he lands Yeah, that'll
the
do.
shot was on, wasn't it? I think
It
if
was
if
on.
he hits that a foot harder, he's sort of game over, really. So
I think you'd rather have taken the double now, but he
Yeah.
can't obviously do that. I mean, he could play the double to the corner. I think that's on, but I don't think he will. He'll bob this one in, or just use the top cushion. Is he going to screw across and play it long? Oh, he's played into it. Again, guys, don't like saying it, but it's just the wrong shot, isn't it? It's the wrong shot.
he's obviously got massively too much into it. I think he thought it was a big margin of error. If he comes underneath it, he sort of thinks he's bound to have a shot, but it was very risky. Just unnecessary, really.
When you get that deep in a finish, you want to give yourself a chance to win the frame, don't you?
Definitely. Yeah, I think he could have played to land on it, just the drop in the middle, the shot before.
He had plenty of options, but this is the pattern of this game so far. And he's letting Craig Lakin in. What was it Sid Waddell said? You get Craig Lakin in this sort of mood, it's like trying to pin down a kangaroo on a trampoline or something, he said, didn't he? Loved that one.
He had some classics,
That,
didn't he?
it's absolutely my favourite quote, that, yeah. Brilliant. And that is Craig Lakin in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's starting to warm up a little bit. Lakin looking to get back going straight away here. Cue ball got kicked flying round the table, but I think he made a yellow and a red. He did.
He did, but we're a bit messy again, aren't we?
Not happy as he looks back at the table. I think once he has another look though, he realised that there's actually only one problem yellow for him, if that's the colour set he chooses. Choosing to...
I think he's potting and safety here. I don't think he's going here.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he'd like to leave that ball there to play the plant on the difficult one on the left. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kind of know from his body language, don't you? Even though you can only see half of his body on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much advantage he's going to gain from playing that shot, though. Because and Michael has done, he's covered the path for the yellow into its obvious pocket on the left-hand side.
That was just to do with the style of match. I think that if it had been more of a dishing type match, Craig would go for those all day. He'd try and find a way of getting that finish, but because of the sort of match it's been and the chances of to-in and throw-in, you do sort of change your game plan, really.
I mean, we've all seen Lakin in sixth gear, we know what he's capable of, but do you think he's reached a level of maturity where he's just realised this game, we've seen a good double again by Michael Tomlinson, he's just reached a level of maturity where he realises this game has gone a certain way and it's probably not going to change and it's going to be a battle of the B games.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just got to
accept it is what it is and just battle it out.
Looking at that shot. Yeah, you do. It's just, I think he's both are realising they've played 31 frames of pool that they're not playing at their best. They're not breaking well, really, and the balls aren't coming out great, and they've just got to try and grind it out.
In order to attack it, he's going to have to play a little nudge on this red. I don't think he can check it up enough to nudge the yellow. That's okay. just the red next to the 8 ball to deal with. He won't be able to see enough of it to pot it into the obvious one. Does pass into the bottom centre pocket.
He'd like to put all 3 reds into the same middle pocket, wouldn't he? But it's
which, if he's got the right angle here to drift down the table, he might be able to.
Actually forced a bit too much angle, so. It's a big yellow to go behind just under his arm now, if he plays this with a bit of top and right hand side. He's played this well.
Looks perfect. Very unfortunate if he bounces and goes behind. I think he's okay. He's having a good look.
Waiting for the camera to move, so I think he's on a shot. He'll definitely have it long, won't he? That's the worst result he could have. But
I think this passes. Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable on this. Yeah, very good indeed.
Good finish that. That's the best finish for a few frames. It's certainly settle him down and make him feel better about things. Oh my word.
Oh wow.
Spoke to commentators, cursed him there, didn't they?
Well, you say that. Yes, you're absolutely right, but what's he left here? Because Craig, he's got a double with the one he's closest to, but he wants to keep that there to open up the pocket at the bottom of the table next to the 8 ball. And you really, if you're a professional pool player, do not want to let your opponent back at the table when the 8 ball's so close to the corner pocket.
You don't, but it's not right on the pocket, is it? So
that's true.
I think I'd play the one in balk and try and sort of leave the white near the balk line and on the side cushion, and just saying that he could probably double kiss it then and leave it over the pocket, but then he's going to leave you in that area.
This is just not nice at all.
Maybe just play the pot, and always missed it. And he's left him one place where he might be able to pot this. Probably not, I don't think.
Well,
I think
can he double kiss this in? Can he purposely play the double kiss? Just play it full ball?
It's definitely a possibility. Oh.
That's what he played. I think that did double kiss, but as it stands, we're not home and dry here.
Just rushed that a bit, didn't he? I don't think he really gave that. I think he's actually just tried to pot that straight, semi-swerve it round a little bit.
And that was the right shot for me.
Yeah, nice little blocker up there as well.
He would have been tempted to play, the one near the 8 ball and cannon that other yellow out just above it, but it wouldn't have guaranteed him a shot.
No. Got to watch for this sliding.
Yeah, you can miss it altogether here, and he hasn't done. So pressure well and truly back onto Craig.
I think I'd go for the free double here, and if you get it, so he's left him a.
Well, he's left Mikey a double.
He could have had a free go at the double and leave the plant up the rail.
Well, it wasn't a double, and that's why he's not played it.
Oh, he's left him here though.
Yeah, you can play the plant long. Question mark is though, because you don't think he's going to miss this. The yellow next to the 8 ball, does it pass? I think it does.
I think it does, yeah.
We're about to find out sooner rather than later. Spinning that cue ball around the table as he does. And this is okay. I might have been tempted there to come down for the one at the bottom of the table. It's a bit
it was an option, wasn't it?
Bit unorthodox, but... Okay, well, there should be a given, but we have seen him miss a couple. Much better example of cueing, and he's giving it the biggins to the crowd. That's what you call playing to your strengths, that guy, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's got him going a bit though.
Anybody would have thought he's just got to the hill there.
I think that was a massive mistake by Mike there, really. He just took that back for granted.
Rubbing it in. We are back, and Craig Lakin certainly has pumped, using the crowd to his advantage.
That was such a big frame, wasn't it? That Michael's chance, he took out a lovely finish. Missed a sitter of a black and then had a couple more sniffs of it.
I got to admit, he might be ahead in this match, but I am starting to feel a little bit sorry for Mikey here because he just can't buy a ball off the break. And Craig opting to play red onto yellow. He's opened up this now, opened up the whole table. One good positional shot. Little bit short here, Gaz.
Yeah, he'd like to get a bit closer to the red there, so it's not so missable.
Bit of a tester.
Come through the gap and nudged into this yellow. No, he's going to clip the black.
You just fancied him for that, the way he's going, but he has tied up a red. Can he still go game here? I'm sure he'll be trying to find a way.
Yeah, it's a little tough with where the yellows are, all sort of blocking each other for a nudge.
Yeah, he can't make use of this pocket nearest us. That's the big issue. Well, he must have half a pocket here. He's going to try and cannon the yellow into the yellow and red, and pop this into half a pocket. Very difficult.
It's a fairly big target, but we'll see.
It has dropped. What's he on? He's okay here. If he can impart screw onto the cue ball, he really is okay. But he's not looking like he can. How much of this yellow can he see?
Does he have to go cushion first? Can he just drop it? Does he?
That's the problem. If he has to go cushion first, it takes out.
It's cushion first. He's going to try and get. Yeah. Needs to hit this quite thin.
Oh, you'll take that. A kind little nudge off that red. And this now goes. He can cut this or play it off the red.
Just cutting.
Cue ball's going to be flying around the table. He's got the pot.
He's actually potted that a bit too thin. He overcut it, I think.
I just can't believe it didn't drop. No, it didn't. Yeah. You're absolutely right. I've just been whispered he didn't get the pot and it didn't fly around the table. Absolutely not. Starting to wonder what I'm doing here. I stand by my guess.
I feel like we're getting turning points in every frame at the minute, Dave. It's, we keep saying, oh, that's a massive turning point, and can he take advantage this time?
All you can say is at the moment the happier of the two players will be Craig.
Yeah. I think Mikey's just potted that red over the middle. I thought that was his best ball to get the red out that's down tied up. I thought he could have screwed past the black with side and massive target. That one was so much harder to move the red with. He doesn't seem to be thinking that clearly at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a tendency to leave his problem ball in the finish right to the end. Sometimes purposely, sometimes not. It was nice to see him attack it there, and I think that's quite unlucky.
Yeah, he could have got a much better cannon than that, but it wasn't an ideal ball for me for going in at that angle with top.
But you've got to continue because he's well aware of how his opponent's feeling, and leaving Craig any shot on this yellow will probably result in end of frame.
Yep.
So he is going to have to leave it till the last ball. The bad news here for Mikey, he's got to play short side on this because I don't think he's got enough angle to punch across. Yeah, there we go.
Might play a snooker, you know, if he doesn't really like what he's left with.
You're going to have to repeat that. You would play a what?
I said he might. I'm not saying I would. But no, I think he's queuing up like he's playing a pot. But if he can land just... Well, he's going to try and come down now into the area so he can pot the red across. I was going to say, if he could land just across, he can land the cue ball near the left-hand cushion, can't he, and take it into the right corner.
Well, I thought he was going to play the skill shot. He doesn't mind leaving pressure on himself for the last ball, though. Well, it looks like a double if the 8 ball isn't in the way, which I don't think it is. We've seen him pot quite a few of these, but he's got to check it up.
checked it up a bit too much, didn't he? Just
good news for the visually impaired. We do have sound to tell you if he potted the double or not. Nobody quite works a crowd like Craig Lakin.
No, he's definitely getting them going now.
He's back within one. I didn't press you for a prediction at the start, so you can predict now. Because it's virtually even Stevens.
Craig's looking the stronger player at the moment, but I think it could easily swap round again because he's made a mistake on his last ball in that frame. It's not like he's clearing the table regularly, so.
Both players hitting the break well.
That's it.
Momentum is firmly at the Derby player's door right now, and he's making the most of it. Chance to get back level.
I think if you were doing odds at the moment, you'd probably make Craig to a gone slight favourite, wouldn't you, with the momentum and the crowd and stuff, and the way Mikey's played the last few frames. So tough to call.
Yeah, the story of Mikey, certainly since the interval's been one mistake and a dry break, has summed up most of his frames. Not all of them by any means. How's this?
That could be nice. I think he's on his top yellow there, his bad ball.
How is the lead? Oh, well, this is perfect if he's on this, Gaz.
It was fairly tight. He had to sort of pot it a little thick, I think, or maybe with a touch of left. But it's a big miss, like you say, because it's 3 rollings after that, isn't it?
Yeah. Frame ball. Mikey with the slightly more awkward colour set, certainly. Well, that's a good shot. Needs to pull up, and has.
Yeah, he's all right there. Just come up for the. Surprised me a little there. I'd have just come towards the baud line and took this long and stunned down, because if you don't get that angle first shot in the middle, you're more guaranteed an angle. And now he's.
Don't feel. Yeah, he'd prefer to have been further up the table to go straight back down for his red in the balk area.
All right.
But he can do this now.
Yeah.
This red must pass the yellow into the bottom left. And as long as he lands straightish on it, he can run through for the 8 into the centre. So
that's perfect. Yeah, like you say, Dave, just get nice and straight. Just pretty tight, but definitely goes.
Doesn't want to be on the left. This looks good. Oh, he's absolutely perfect.
Oh, is he?
I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, he's come with the cue ball. What have we just seen? Unbelievable error.
He thought he was going to clip the yellow, I think.
Yeah, I think he just thought he was going to clip the yellow on the way through.
Yeah.
Choosing to waste his first shot.
I don't know why I just didn't put the bottom one and work his way up the table there. That was just a bit strange choice, but he'll get away with it.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. It's difficult to go wrong now. And you know full well he's going to be giving it big uns once again at the end of this. Sure, we'll get a shot of him. 17 all it is. 34 frames played and nothing to separate these two.
Took that one a little bit more calmly, didn't he? Just strolled back to his seat there.
Well, you start to believe, don't you, when you've been behind for, by 4 to 5 frames for the last, hour and a half or so, and now you're back at 17 all, it's now a race to 8. You've got the crowd on your side, you're feeling good.
Craig's missing balls in most frames, but still winning them, that's the thing. I think he's missed a ball in the last 3 frames and still won them, so if you're doing that, it's hard to not think it's your day.
He's felt comfortable for a large proportion of this match, Mikey Tomlinson. But Craig Lakin is always a banana skin. Whatever mood he's in, he can just turn it on and off.
Another dry one for Mikey.
Yeah, I think it's quicker to note down the ones that he's potted on.
Yeah,
the dry ones. A ridiculous look on dry baits, and actually in the first match between these two it was a similar sort of story. Mikey just couldn't pot balls off the breaks, and when you looked at the finishes from the break, which I think ended up 9-8 in Craig's favour, it just didn't tell the story of the match. It was, if you think about 9-8 in break and finishes, and Craig won by 25-14. Right. It doesn't add up, does it, really? There's something missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do strongly believe Craig's definitely had a word with himself and just thought, you know what, we're just going to play B game.
He's not chasing, is he? No,
he's not chasing finishes at all. He's quite happy to just set the finish up and try and take control.
Certainly got control of this frame at the moment. It's hard to know where Mikey goes with this.
Yeah, he won't be feeling great right now, Mikey. He's had chances and he's just let them evaporate, you know, in front of him. It's just difficult.
Good chances that he knows it's just 9 out of 10 chances for him, if not more,
and he's got to deal with obviously the crowd being mainly on Craig's side. Well, it's 98 out of 100 people here.
Yeah, he knows that he's let that happen really by his mistakes, hasn't he? But Craig's made mistakes as well. To be fair, it's just.
The good thing for
like Mikey's have been the more important mistakes in the last few frames, hasn't he?
You should take the positive that his level has been quite consistent, though. He's been in stroke for most of the match. Yes, he has missed the odd ball, but his cue action's been very, very reliable, as you would expect.
Yeah.
Whereas Craig's errors, some of the balls he's missed have been just unbelievable.
Very careless,
Yeah, just careless. Lack of concentration is the only reason you could think of there being for.
He's actually caught that a bit too thin to get his cannon on the plant at the bottom left there. He's trying to do some damage in the corner. Bit of a head scratcher this one. Is whether if he carries on with the finish, it's could be putting himself into trouble again. But where is this? There's nowhere to play safe, really.
Seems to be constantly in the same dilemma.
Oh,
great
wow,
shot! Look at that!
Out?
Wow!
Could that be a match turner? Everything's happened there.
That was an unbelievable shot. just completely changed the landscape of the table.
He's potted two of Craig's reds that were blocking his own balls and left all his near pockets.
It's just what he needs as well. Oh no! Well, can he pot the outside one?
Probably just with a bit of left, I think. It's hard to tell with his body language around the table, isn't it? Can he check it in with left hand side and hold up there?
He's not happy.
No, I think he might have played it by now. He's on the bottom corner one, but no angle really to do anything with that. Yeah, he's on it. Can he hold it? I don't think he can.
Okay, this is fine. Got to be pinpoint here.
It's a good shot. About as good as he could do with that.
And when you've had your opponent trailing by 3 or 4 frames and he's just got back level, this is an absolutely perfect response.
It is. And he was out of the frame really. He was wondering what can I do. He's pulled out, played a clever shot to screw into one plant, and he's had a bit of luck in the other corner, and it's just all turned completely.
Another little quick break for both players while we have an advert from our sponsors. Back on, and Craig will be happy with this split. In control of the cue ball as well as he would have liked, but he's made a ball and a decent opportunity. I think he'd probably opt for the red balls. One next to the 8 ball is being his only problem, but he's got a nice red just to the left that he can use to land onto it. He looks like he's going to leave it till the end of the finish.
Looks like a nice split, Dave. Just
Yeah.
lost you there for a sec.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we all need to go sometimes. Yeah, he's okay here, guys. I was just saying, the one next to the 8 ball is obvious problem, but as long as he lands with the right angle after this one, doesn't want to screw the back this too much. He needs an angle. Maybe just, yeah, he could pot it playing ball. That's perfect. Just drift round one cushion, land on the red to the centre. Dead weight again. They've been quite good at these shots so far, Craig, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have to
Both
take this
players.
long though, I think, isn't he? He's just because he's
Well, has he opened the pocket up where the cue ball is now for the 8?
yeah, he might have done. So he just stroke it through. Makes it easier than having to screw it back.
Big pot this. Good cueing needed.
Missed
Looks
it.
wide. Never look comfortable on the shot. You can tell when a player starts queuing up longer than they should, longer than they usually do. Craig's sort of a 1-2 man, isn't he? 1-2,
He
pull
is,
that
yeah.
pause.
I think he left a little bit too much angle on the previous shot. So that was all he could really do with it. He wanted to get a bit straighter on the red to middle, I think.
Key moment.
Yeah, momentum's back in Mikey's favour all of a sudden.
Yeah, key moments coming thick and fast, and since he's got to 17 all, Mikey's just starting to have that little bit of run that he needs, especially with the just incredible amount of dry breaks he's had. No real problems here, a million ways you can go. A little bit more distance than he would have liked. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, it's just cue this sweep with a bit of top, try and come down for this bottom one. Come out for the plant, or is he going to try and come across and take them one by one?
Oh.
That's turned out not too bad. That could have gone a little wrong, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not ideal. Oh, it's stayed up. Now then. How many cushions?
Cut.
4
Play it with-
cushions,
play it
top
with
left.
Play it with lots of running left side and hope it hugs the cushion.
Oh, yeah. Producer's nodding. No, I don't like that, me, and I don't think Craig will play that either.
I don't like I can't see a double or.
Straight into the left middle's on. He's got something in mind. Is it your shot? Into the middle it is, but it's not there.
It's a decent effort.
It was a very decent effort. You can't quite believe it.
I didn't actually know he had it on and could get a decent shot on the black as well. It looked like it was a bit straighter than that, so it was the shot to play, and it was a good effort.
I think he felt it was in when it left his cue.
Could have easily potted both there and left himself a horrible black, but he's all right. Yeah, it was close. Not going to call any frames before blacks are down now, Dave. After doing it to him before.
Mikey 2 ahead with what, a maximum of 13 to play? Is that right? 5 plus.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 13.
36 have gone. Yeah,
13.
40, best of 49. But, anyway, I think that shot that Mikey found the previous frame could be a match turner back in his favour, couldn't it? That was so much went on in that one shot.
Well, it's milestones, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're looking for 10, then you're looking for 20, and you want to stop your opponent getting on them. But I just feel that with regards to predictions for this match, the only one I'm prepared to make is that I don't think anybody's going to win by more than 2.
No, I can't see it. They're not keeping the momentum long enough, are they? There's quick switches.
And it's worth noting, if it does go through to a final frame decider, it's going to be Mikey that has the break, which probably means advantage Craig.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. I've talked about it before with a few people, Dave, about money matches played over sets. What do you reckon to that?
All up for it. I'm all up for any kind of pool. And
I just think sometimes you see some money matches where one person gets a 6 or 7 frame lead, and it sort of it's going to sort of carry on that way, and it never comes close. I think a sets format one with maybe best of 5 sets, all first to 7s or something like that. It might be too many frames. You'd have to work it and stuff, but I think you could have so many momentum changes, so many big frames if you did something like that.
One thing I will say is that probably opens up the door to an awful lot more cash games, because there's obviously levels to this game.
Yeah,
there clearly is, and I think you'll get lesser players taking on better players at that format.
Yeah,
because you know, if you're to play a lesser player, you've got a chance beating you first to 3, first to 4, but if you're playing them first to 25,
even top players that maybe don't have the same concentration levels as a Boyle or a Farnsworth or a Dunster or these sort of people, even sort of myself, Marsh, Shepherd, people like that, it's so hard to keep the concentration levels that the Dunsters and Boyles and Farnsworths and people can. So you know your game's as good as them, but they over a 6, 7, 8 hour period. Tom Cousins as well, other people, not so much. Mick and Gareth haven't really played those sort of games for a long time, haven't they? So that's why I've not mentioned them, but I'm talking about people who've played, not so much Liam as he's not really played.
Jack as well.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah.
I just think people who on a first to 8, the likes of Clint and Declan have been playing these games, but I must admit when you're the sort of player whose concentration dips in and out, it could bring those sort of players into it rather than.
I feel that the reason I stated is probably the reason it wouldn't happen though as well, because these giant pots, as we know, they're made up by backers.
Yeah.
And if you've got a player that you think's got a significant advantage in a long race, then why would you want to give that up?
This is true, yeah, and you are going to get the better player winning on a first to 31, so I've no issues with it, but I just think it'd be entertaining to try it out and see how it came about, really.
Absolutely.
Just be something different.
Well, you've heard it here first. Gareth Hibbert is after a cash game. Best of 7s, first to 4s.
Get it on.
Do you want first to 7, best to 4s, yeah? Sorry.
I've not
first
really.
to 7, best to 7s.
You'd have to get Paul to work it out. He might be streaming for about 9 hours if you did. I don't know.
Apply with it. Over 3 days.
No, you don't want something that if all the sets go close would be a stupid amount of frames, do you? But you want it enough that it'd be.
Would that be your chosen format? You'd prefer that then, would you? Because the World Championships, your IPA World Championships like that.
Yeah, I just know that in the last sort of few years I can't concentrate playing pool for 5 or 6 hours, so I think I could go through fits and starts where I could maybe just. I think it would suit more people and bring them into it more, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Apply within.
Yeah. I'm not knocking the lads who can do it. It's awesome what they do. Like Mark Boyle in last money match, he didn't really miss a ball hardly for 5 or 6 hours pool, did he? So you can't argue with people who can do it.
His stats were astonishing. I think the last 31 frames of the match, he made 1 unforced error. It's just ridiculous.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking of different things, and Craig's trying to find a finish here.
Another pivotal moment in the match. And he's missed it.
Overcut the plant.
Big opportunity for Mikey here to regain game 3 ahead after Craig's fought back to get back on level terms. All about the positional shot to get on the red furthest right on the table.
Try and land in the vicinity of the top yellow and take it long, top left. Not ideal.
Are you going to be tempted to take the awkward one, i.e. the one he's closest to? No. He's going to travel up and down the table. He's going to go close to the corner pocket.
Never on a slidey table. He had to take the tricky pot.
The noise you can hear is from the Craig Lakin fans.
He's got to hit it too hard to keep the angle, and it's going to throw off to the right, and it's always going to bring that pocket into play.
What's Mikey got here? A long treble? I don't think the double's not on. It's got to be a cut-back treble, has it?
No.
Come on,
there's no sort of double, is there? Yeah, the trebles are possibly.
Is the skill shot on?
No,
is it on?
I don't think it's on. No, I think the yellow's sticking out, isn't it? I think I'll be trying to
get behind the 8.
He obviously couldn't see a shot there at all. Maybe a slow double to the opposite middle was on, I'm not sure.
High tariff shot choice by Mikey. It's not going to pay off. A mistake again in a frame has brought the opponent to the table, as has been the case for the majority of this match. Craig Lakin won't mind though. He's back within one. It's interesting, the closer this gets, the more you feel Craig becomes a favourite with the crowd.
Yeah.
But Mikey's had the tougher finishes. Oh, a little reminder there. What's to come up on?
Little match coming up, eh?
Beer Productions PPV, $7.99 for a £100 cash match, yes please. I think Nick Finn and Chris Patient will be with you for that one. I'll be travelling down though. What a match.
Where's it at?
Sean Story's place.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sean Story's at home.
Yeah.
Well, he plays, actually Sean practices from home, doesn't he? Not so sure who's put sat-nav on there. Gonna have to have a word with the producer. His nickname's Autopilot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that'll be some match.
First time we've seen 6 figures in a cash game, is it?
I believe so, yeah, I think so.
It's a serious amount of money, that is.
Yeah, he's potted a yellow. Can he play the plant? Yellow onto red, first shot, go Reds. Just the red by the 8 ball is the issue after that, I think.
Yeah, does that pass into any pocket? It's hard to see if it's...
If it's touching the black, it won't go. If it's just off, it might go to bottom right.
Yeah, I think it might do. Just gone a little bit too far there. He's right behind it.
Looked like he played on it, didn't he? But come back to it later.
Hooked in for the plant.
Don't like that angle on the plant, really. He's taking his red away towards the yellow and...
Yeah, you're almost forced into playing it slowly, but then...
Oh, he's on the other one. That's a bit of a result, really.
Yeah, he certainly didn't play that.
Are we going to be in for a quick fire frame? We've not had so many lately, have we?
Certainly just playing off instinct right now, Craig. So looking to get nice and straight on it now.
That looks good.
He's not, you say that. He's not hampered by the yellow, but he's hindered. Look, there you go.
It's a good angle, though, to stun over.
Well,
he didn't have an angle.
He had to screw back, and the wail of the cue can only mean one thing. It's another swerve shot on the menu for Craig Lakin. Just didn't get it, and that was all caused by just leaving himself over the yellow.
Yeah, he just thought he might be able to just stun it over a little bit, but he was playing the screw back. And now what's he got? Has he got a double? A swerve?
I think it's almost certainly got to be a swerve if he's...
Does it? I think he snooks himself on the black if he swerves it though. Can he get the white out?
Yeah, he's overdone it.
Got a little bit of control there though, and he's not left any gimmies.
He's given himself a glimmer of hope in the frame, certainly.
Little snooker by Mike, first shot. Does he fancy another swerve?
It's always very difficult when your object ball is so close to the ball you're swerving round, isn't it? You almost have to put an imaginary ball in the way, don't you?
That's true, yeah. All the up and down avenues seem a little bit blocked off though, don't they?
Yeah, don't think there's any other shot on. He might have to take his medicine here and swerve round and use one cushion. He's no chance of potting it, but at least he doesn't give away 2 shots.
To try and pot it with a swerve is a full masse, isn't it? He's got to go full masse. He doesn't like it. He just sort of jacked up to it and changed his mind.
It's horrible. It's awful, this.
The 3 cushion angle that everybody knows a pool player, that's blocked off, I think, by the yellow and black. back jacking up. How's his massate?
Not a bad effort. Ooh. And he can consider himself a little bit unlucky to not even make contact on the way back.
He just nearly flicked it, didn't it?
Giving Mikey ball in hand pretty much means he's going to be 2 behind Craig Lakin. Opting to take the red off the table. Not a bad shout. All about keeping your focus right now in this stage of the match. If you're Mikey, you feel. I feel he's been the better player overall.
He's made less obvious glaring errors, hasn't he? Definitely.
But that doesn't always translate into a win.
No.
It's just ever so slightly out of position here.
I think he can sometimes get in. That's a good shot. We've all been there when you're playing badly and there's a crowd there and people are watching on stream and stuff, and you sort of, you know, the match isn't the match that you were hoping it would be, whether you're winning or losing, and you can get a little bit of sort of embarrassment in your game at some time. It is a strange feeling out there sometimes when you know you're playing badly. And it usually happens when both players are doing the same thing. When one ups the game, usually the other one follows. And no one's really upped the game for long enough in this.
Yeah, neither player has been at the best. It hasn't taken anything away from the entertainment of this match. It's added to it.
Good to watch because of the way the game's gone. Really, the table's not broke particularly well, and there has been mistakes. And you just never know what's going to happen next, do you?
Yeah, 1 or 2 mistakes and a clear up, and an attempt at a 1 in 100 pot. I mean, he's missed the red by a whisker once swerving round. (2018) the home player trails. He's got it all to do. I keep looking at that rack and thinking it's slanted to one side. I'm starting to think it's my eyes. Yeah, you can check the next one.
That one was definitely a little out.
I mean, it's been the same for both players. There's no advantage. I think it's just maybe the referee's having a problem lining them up. They seem to be breaking okay. They didn't split the best, but just slightly slanted to one side.
I think with these rack, I've forgotten what they're called. Sorry,
the racker.
The racker.
One of our sponsors for today.
you could do with a line on the table really to be able to line it up. The smart rack, yeah, they could do with a line on the table. I've got one actually, so I should know what it's called.
You've got one.
Yeah, but Alan Yates, who was to do with the 8-ball direct, he gave us one. But yeah, if you've got a line on the table to line it up, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, well, with only two sides to the triangle, you haven't got anything. You're just basically using your judgment, aren't you?
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity.
Yeah, it's one of Mike's best layouts of the match. This has come out nice. And
just has to be a little bit careful with his cue ball. I mean, he's going to be high on this yellow now because he's left himself low on this one. He wants to leave himself absolutely perfect so he can just drift down nice and straight on his last yellow.
Yeah, let's take that, I think. Just not ideal, but going short would have been the real bad problem.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he can work with that. Yeah, he can work with that. Yeah.
You never know till you get the overhead. Fine again. 2 stun shots to finish frame number 39.
Get your breaking dish pen out, Dave. It's not clicked on for a while.
Yeah, no.
You've given up on it.
There's a big gap, yeah. 21-18. He needs just 4 more. Michael Tomlinson. But from where we're sat, and certainly the way I'm feeling, this just isn't the end.
No, I think there's some changes in momentum yet. I think there's a couple of little turning points to happen.
Michael will certainly be hoping we are wrong. He'd just like to win the next 4 and have this over and done with.
I just bumped into him and said, "Are you enjoying yourself?" He said no. Maybe. Well, he said it a bit more abruptly than that, to be fair.
No, I don't think either player will be enjoying it out there. And I think that says a lot. You know, he's ahead by 3 for an awful lot of money, yet he's still not enjoying it. And you can understand why. But it's the man that's about to break that has got it all to do. In his home venue, he will not want to be in this position. He's not out of it yet, though. Needs a ball and gets a ball. And yellows are sitting very nicely.
Yeah, look nice and open, these, don't they?
Yeah, just got to get back up for the one on the baud line. Don't think he'd be taking it first ball. All legs in one basket if he plays that. Will he be tempted by reds, actually?
I think he is
if the red
reds,
passes
actually.
into the top
that's
right?
If the red, yellow, the black.
Yeah.
Next to the right of the black goes, I think red's probably...
You didn't want to embarrass me, did you?
No, it's just more dot to dot, wasn't it? The old sort
you
of
thought red straight away, didn't you? You did.
Saying nothing.
Saving my embarrassment, weren't you?
Play the one he's next to now in off that yellow in the middle. That's turned out quite nice. Oof. Don't want that running through though. You got to be more gentle with that.
Wipe your feet before you come in. And he's annoyed because he's tied up the path for the red into the bottom left.
Yeah, he's just a bit careless again. He had to play it just a lot softer, a little soft screw. That yellow only needed to be moving 3 or 4 inches down the table. It's come down a good 12, 14 inches. Suddenly what should have been pretty comfortable finish is tricky again.
Yeah, he's going to need one very precise positional shot. And it's the one after this. And that looks a little bit short.
Yep.
Now, if he's potting this and cannon into the 8, he'll play it. He's got down quickly, so he's obviously happy. Well, he's missed the pot. A little bit rushed, you have to say.
A little bit, and he didn't really put much thought into what was going on with the white there, I don't think.
That was the key shot in that finish, and it did seem to play it a little bit quickly. And Michael's yellows are set out nicely. 22-18, and starting. Craig Lakin will be starting to worry a tad.
Yeah, that's a big gap so near the end of the match.
Well, has it gone a little bit awry?
Yeah. Craig had a plant similar to this a few frames ago and missed it, didn't he? It's all right there, though.
He hasn't missed it, though. Hoping to shut that door in his opponent's face, metaphorically speaking here. Doesn't want to give him any hope.
Stroke this in, bring the white 4 or 5 inches off the cushion to be as straight as he can. Don't think he'll try and get close, I think he'll just plain ball this.
He'll be breaking next also, Mikey Tomlinson. Yeah, it's just starting to. He just looked a little bit relaxed there. Potted that, looked up at somebody he knew that's with him and sort of raised his eyebrows and went, well.
He tried to catch eye contact with Craig actually after he potted that black. He just looked up and he gave him a little look. I don't know if Craig was looking at him or not.
I'm actually having a little conversation now.
Oh,
I don't know what it was about. The crowd are giving all the encouragement that they can, but it's Mikey that's going to be breaking. Although with the pattern of this match, that might be a good thing for Craig.
So he's got to win 7. He's got to win 7-2 from here.
Yeah, so it's a tall order the way the match has gone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't write him off though. I really wouldn't.
Say he needs 3 out of the next 4 really, wouldn't he? If he gets it to 23-21 behind, it's winnable from there. But
must win frames from now on, no mistakes for Craig Lakin is the order of the day. And we've seen that all match. Great cue ball, decent contact and a dry break.
one bad red, Dave, to worry about again. Is he going to try and sort it out early?
Well, I'm not sure you can do it off this shot.
No.
Needed to be a little bit more higher up the table. Will need to move it as well because there's no possible double. Here's the opportunity, surely. Leave yourself nicely. Is he going to pop these 2 to middle and take the chance, though?
He could do it now off the 1 to left middle. He can't do it off the 1 to right middle. He could go across off the left middle.
Okay, he's got the angle now, but he's not guaranteed to be on a ball. Okay, beautifully struck. Well judged as well. He's still not home and dry though here. Looks bang straight on this. You can see he's just wanted to cue up the topspin, punch it off the side cushion, but I think he's too straight, or is he? No, he's okay. He does like to move that cue ball around.
So he's just got a... Is he going to come up back for the same pocket?
Yeah, 2 cushions knowing Craig.
Oh, he's got a funny contact there, I think.
Oh, he's played 1 and it's finished short.
Didn't really contact him. I think he'll pot this. Just got to watch his white.
Cue ball. Cue ball. Oh, crowd were going absolutely wild, but that cue ball was headed to what? Just look where it's finished.
It was horrible for a minute, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd be happy to see the referee take that away. Want gravity to take over.
Needed that one. That's a nice finish, actually. Worked that out well.
Got to capitalise on it. Got to get one off the break here and give himself a chance. The match has got all the makings of a decider, though. I'm just going to put it out there now. It really has. I did say about 45 minutes ago, nobody's going to win by more than 2.
Yeah.
I'm edging me bets, but the way the game's gone, you've watched a lot of pool, you've played a lot of pool. It's just sort of owning itself that way, isn't it?
It does feel like that sort of match, doesn't it?
It really does.
So many frames have had massive turning points.
We're hoping for a decider, and the man that steps up to break, he'll be probably hoping for a decider as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd take a decider. Black. Oh no, nothing. White.
Cue ball. Oh, well, you feel for him there because he's watched 2 balls threaten the pocket, the 8 ball threaten the pocket, and the white ball just drop in.
Hit the jaw and drops, the others hit the jaw and stayed up.
Now, how are these yellows?
Yeah, Mikey's
He's
shots
going to go red
right up to now.
Is he going to go red, guys?
It depends on. He's going to play the black into this red and yellow on the left hand side and see how they come out, and then take it from there, I think.
Interesting when he's at the table now. He comes to the table without his cue. Just sort of leaves it down. Yeah, he's come to the table without his cue. So I'm going to position this perfectly, and then.
I think a lot depends on the middle of those 3 reds in the left corner. If that goes as well, reds might be better.
Well, his plan is obviously reds, you would think.
It's still 50-50 really, isn't it? I think if you go in red, you take the one next to the yellow now, because it's obviously a freer shot when you can't foul, and yeah. No chance of fouling anyway, but...
Oh, you are good at this, Gaz. You are good at this. You should maybe have a go yourself.
Do you reckon? I was thinking about doing the other thing and packing it.
Picking up the microphone instead.
I'd like him to get rid of this bottom red quite early actually on this finish, because if you leave that till near the end, it can give you an issue.
Keeping your opponent off the hill will be the aim of the game, but it's going to be tough from here to stop him getting to the bottom of the hill.
Yep.
Doesn't have to do anything here, just roll this in. And the 8 ball being, far enough away off the cushion makes it so much easier.
Yeah, there's no yellows near it, is there? So there's a massive window. You're always going to have a shot. So it's just, you obviously want to make it as easy as possible, but you don't want to do anything silly like bring that middle pocket into play with your cue ball on your last red. Just get yourself a fairly nice shot on it and you're all right. Hit this a bit hard, I think.
He's okay.
Yeah, just okay.
One thing I did notice from Michael is, do you think nerves will play a part when he gets towards the finishing line? When I watched the previous game, I watched him when he won his amateur IPA final. There was quite a few nerves in that. Obviously,
he's obviously a great cueist, and he's you don't fancy him to miss much really, but nerves can sometimes come in like decelerating and losing position and things like that. So possibly if he has little touchy soft screw positional type shots, that's when the nerves can come in, but I think he'll be okay.
There seems to be a decent camaraderie between the two of them. There's no spite, is there?
They seem like they're getting okay, don't they?
You get cash games sometimes where there's an atmosphere, and
I think sometimes people build it up, don't they, beforehand as well, similar to like a boxing fight. They try and make it into some sort of I don't know if it's to get themselves more wound up or to get more interest or what, but yeah, it is entertaining when it goes on.
Task very simple now for Craig Lakin. Keep his opponent off the table completely. It's a tall order, especially when he's breaking in this one.
Yeah, I think if I was Mikey now, I'd give this absolutely everything. This could be, to get to 24 now, be massive. Yeah, he definitely gave that a bit more. Yeah.
8 ball kicked a couple of times, but the main thing is he's made a ball. And look at these yellows.
He's been waiting for that one. Can't see much that can go wrong here, can you, Dave?
No. Nothing, in fact. I'd be very surprised to see Craig Lakin pick up his cue in this frame. Just got to leave himself an angle on his next yellow, not this one. But any angle's fine.
Yeah, I think the only slight stumbling block would be just the shot where he comes out of his last yellow to the black.
To the black, yeah. And if you're Mikey here, this is just perfect.
Yeah.
He's, you know, the way the game's gone, he probably feels like he deserves this.
I think he definitely gave that break a little bit more as well. I think he thought, I'm getting close to the end. It's time to put the foot down.
Yeah, just this one, as you say. How cute do you want to be?
I'll tell you that.
It's a riskier way of playing it, but it's paid off. And Mikey's on the hill.
Gave a little apology there for the way he flicked the ball to get on the black. So still in good spirits, the match.
He's going to take a little break, Mikey. He's going to have a word with himself. He's going to win 1 out of the next 6. Heavy favourite. Both players on their way back in for what Mike Tomlinson will hope will be the last frame of the evening. Again loses the cue ball.
Gonna be dry, I think.
And this time hasn't made a ball.
Not an easy finish that one, Dave, though.
No, just having a look, always try and figure out which colour set. My instant reaction when I looked at the table was yellows, but now I've looked for a few more seconds and probably edging towards reds.
Yeah, probably. He's going yellows. He's going to try and nudge that red away from his other yellow.
opportunity to get the 8 ball into play.
If this comes out nice, they're on, aren't they?
Yeah, he'll be hoping the 8 ball is in play and he's on the yellow. It needs that 8 ball to travel, and I think it has done.
Got to catch this one nice now, just screw back about 2 inches.
Chose to stop it dead.
Yeah, it doesn't look ideal, does it?
Well, it tells me that maybe the bottom of these 2 yellows passes into the bottom left-hand pocket, possibly. Because the top one looks like it certainly doesn't.
You just maybe have to top it through and play a cut. Well, it could be 4 shots from the end. He's just got to transition his way up the table, hasn't he? And,
all credit to him as well. Well, it's not been the highest standard of match, but every time that the crowd have had something to shout about, he's given them something not to shout about.
Yeah, he's kept his head well, because it's sort of that 3 or 4 frame spell that Craig had. Mikey was sort of gone for a little bit, played some bad shots, and he's turned it around well.
This is no home and dry though. Yeah, he's surely looking to get on it into the centre. It begs the question, Gaz, will we see a 3rd instalment of this matchup?
Because it's nice,
one apiece.
We're looking like one apiece now. If this shot comes right, is he kissing the red?
Oh,
He'll take that. He didn't play that. He played to the gap, I think.
If he can pop this into the corner and possibly hold off the red in the centre of the table, or even come by it, he's going to have a thin snick on this 8 ball.
Just a bit of left on this and try and just slide past that red. He's hit it a bit hard. Potted it. But
is this cuttable? This looks
too pretty thin. Yeah, I think it's all you've got, but it's thin.
Well, I think that does cut now, seeing the overhead.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hats for all of
Flying
the money.
Mike,
He's got it. Cue ball staying on the table. Mikey Tomlinson beats Craig Lakin at the corn exchange. What a fantastic result given the first leg of this match, which was held 3 years ago. Will we see a 3rd instalment?
You'd like to think so. Now they've won 1 each, so we'll have to just wait and see on that one. But whether Craig's playing enough and he feels like he's got it in him, that he'll be disappointed to lose on his own turf like this.
Absolutely. It wasn't a clinic from either player, but Mikey will not mind one bit. We'll try and get an interview with the winner, but it's not guaranteed. He's a bit camera shy, Mikey, I think.
It was entertaining because of the amount of turning points, though, wasn't it, Dave? It's like there's so many turning points and frames switching either way.
Right, firstly, Michael, congratulations. I bet it felt like a little bit of an anticlimax given how the match went, though.
Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't a great match, was it? We both struggled, really struggled. I found table hard. I don't know what it was, I just didn't play. None of us played well, luckily.
I think it said a lot about your character just taking the game. I know the last match was, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
But it was quite a dramatic result.
I got a drubbing, but, it is what it is.
It says a lot about your mentality to come back to Craig's home venue and take the match to start
To be honest, I said before it was going to be my last game anyway, or for a while. I don't enjoy them as much anymore. They're just not for me, I don't think. It's hard to play well when you're not enjoying the atmosphere.
When you're away, do you prefer to be home or away?
None at the minute.
None at the minute?
No.
What do you think contributed greatly to, apart from the dry breaks?
I think I broke awful, to be honest, and I played, with
just a lacklustre performance.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it? But it is what it is. It's nice to finish with a win, I suppose. That's it. Get back us some money back. I had a lot of doubters, people that didn't think I could win this game after the last one, so it's nice to just prove people wrong.
Big question though, are we going to get a third instalment?
It won't be this year, you'll never know. Let me forget about how much I hate money matches and we might have a go.
Well, congratulations, you're going back to Yorkshire with all the money.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
That's it from Beard Productions. We'll be back in June for the big one, 100 grand with Sean Story and Ian Alley. Thanks for joining us.